Development Program, empowering faculty, cultivating research excellence. I extend a very hearty welcome to Dr. Atul Shiva. With an aim of gaining insightful thoughts from our FTP, I am delighted to begin with the felicitation ceremony. I invite all the HODs to felicitate our resource person of the day. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce Dr. Atul Shiva, who is presently working as Assistant Professor of Management and Fellow Program in Management, Chair at Jaipuriya Institute of Management, Noida. He did his PhD on social media and investor behavior in the domain of behavioral finance from Punjabi University, Patiala. His area of specialization in behavioral finance and analytics and has teaching experience of 20 years. He is a certified trainer in Smart PLS software from National Institute of Technology, Technical University of Hamburg, Germany. His leading focus publications are in national and international journals like Marketing Intelligence and Planning, Benchmarking, Bosen Istanbul Review, Managerial Finance, Journal of Financial Services Marketing, Qualitative Research in Financial Markets, and many others. Sir, kindly share your knowledge and wisdom with us.
Good morning and thank you everyone for inviting me to this platform. Giving us So this is going to be in hybrid mode. So I will expect that all of you might just interact as much as possible. Some if mobile is on, so you can echo. माइक जो लैपटॉप मोबाइल के अगर आप सुन रहे हैं सुनते हैं तो इट इज ऑल्सो इसको मैंने मोबाइल से Hello. Hello. Okay, so this is going to be in a hybrid mode. So I will be handling this online audience also, while you can ask questions. We can handle any questions from your side also. Okay. So hybrid is like you are supposed to see what is happening on the screen. Everything is coming through my screen, so I know that what is coming on the screen, but you all have to be attentive because this is going to be hands-on kind of session. We will understand a test, we will execute a test, we must know why we are going to apply a particular test and how we can write effective research paper with that particular statistical test. Because without any understanding, if we are applying a tool, then we are not going to justify the research output. So when we submit a paper, the reviewer, all the reviewers, those who are going to handle your papers, they will only look at that what is the idea which you are selling in the research paper. When we started learning in the workshops, when we were going for attending workshops of other trainers, we were in the view that if we know that particular tool, we will be able to get the things published. But later on, with the experience, we came to know that it is the introduction and literature view which is sold in the market. It is the idea which is there in the introduction especially, that what was the research gap which I have identified and which is the most important theme which I have touched in my research paper. And then I frame my objectives, and then in order to meet those objectives, I frame my questionnaire accordingly. And through that questionnaire, I collect some data, and then I have to process that data, that this is qualitative data or quantitative data. So if I am handling quantitative data, which kind of tool I can apply, and then I can see whether that tool is going to be parametric tool or non-parametric test I am going to apply. So in order to justify or in order to achieve my objective, I apply a test. So first of all, I must collect the data. Now if you see the reverse engineering part, that I must have some data to apply a particular tool. So in day 1, if you could have recapitalized your day 1 notes, there were some lectures on construct, variables, items. What is the meaning of a construct? What is the meaning of a variable? What is the meaning of an item? And you must have learned the art of recording the variables. And the first variable, which everybody knows, what is the kind of variable which we handle in research? What are the types of variable? Number 1 is we handle either quantitative aspect of the data, quantitative aspect, or we handle qualitative aspect of the data. Qualitative, quantitative. But in modern times, in present times, if you see 2024, good journals, they expect that some mixed method approach has to be followed, that a candidate must give some kind of construct to the academics, or they should go for interview method, or they should go for focus group discussion of 15 people. You ask a group of 15 people and explore a new dimension in the research. Right? In one of our research paper, we have applied quantitative as well as qualitative data. So, Neela madam, I have to unmute. Anybody who is handling Zoom? Thank you. So, if you really understand that what is the future all about, sooner or later, quantitative is reducing its sheen, which we saw that in 1990 people were writing paper on exploratory factor analysis. In Shodhganga, if you download thesis, you will see there is a fashion and there is a fad which happens in PhD also, or in research papers. 1990 or especially till 2010, if you see Shodhganga, you see thesis, people were only exploring the factors. For example, surrogate advertisement. So somebody was coming with 17-18 items and they were measured on 1 to 5 scale or 1 to 7 scale, and they were exploring factors. That what are the factors which affect surrogate advertisement in India? Right? Somebody wants to understand what are the factors which influence guerrilla marketing. If somebody is working on to this marketing domain, so they were researching on factors affecting guerrilla marketing, viral advertising, such kind of things. Somebody were doing cluster analysis also. Cluster means that this is the audience, so some people are like-minded here also in this hall. So out of 60, 30 will behave similarly, 10 will behave differently, and 5 will behave differently. So I cannot say that one suit fits all. I have to make 3 strategies, 30 separately for strategy for 10 consumers separately, strategy for 5. So they were writing papers and submitting thesis with the help of segmentation. Segmentation means cluster analysis, or they were exploring the factors. But majority of the studies also applied research tools like t-test, one-way ANOVA. Even if you download any thesis, you will see people have done a lot of things with the demographic variables, and they have handled data which are nominal in nature, ordinal in nature. Right? Our major focus, whenever we see this quantitative kind of research, our mind is filled with the two side of data. That is, either we are handling interval data or we are handling ratio data. Right? These data we call it as metric data. Metric data. So whenever we are handling metric data, lot of things are there. Right? Lot of things are there. We apply regression, we apply correlation with such data which are collected. For example, customer satisfaction. I have asked 5 statements on customer satisfaction, and I am investigating whether customer satisfaction leads to customer loyalty. Such kind of research is there, that if I am satisfied, then I may be loyal to the organization. For example, study on smartphones, iPhone. If I am satisfied with my iPhone, I will be loyal to the next purchase of iPhone. I will not settle for Android. Right? So customer satisfaction leads to customer loyalty. Such kind of research, we deal it in interval data. Interval data, because in customer satisfaction, we are asking the question in the form of statement. And that statement is measured on 1 to 7 scale. So when one phenomena is asked twice or thrice with multi-dimensional item, one or the other, then we say that we are handling the aspect of construct. We are managing a construct. Right? So this construct is customer satisfaction. And the items are related to each other. They are not independent to each other. They are related to each other. So all of you need to understand that what is the test which we can apply when we are handling research like this. Loyalty. We will ask some questions on loyalty. I request online audience, Sunita madam, to kindly turn off. So, if we are asking questions on a phenomena, that is customer loyalty. So you can see that customer loyalty is measured by 4 statements, 1 to 7, 1 to 7, 1 to 7, 1 to 7. So in such kind of scenario, we will have to understand that what kind of tool, what kind of test I can apply. Okay. If I apply wrong test on these 2 variables, then I may be going for wrong direction. So first of all, you have to understand that which direction you are going to take. So we will be dealing with parametric and non-parametric tests, but we need to understand what is the characteristics of the variable. If you have to understand what is the characteristic, what is the behavior of a construct like customer satisfaction, then it is interval data, interval scale data. It's a scale data. Scale data means when one phenomena is asked with multi-dimensional items. Multi-dimensional items. The items are measured on 1 to 7 scale. 1 to 7 scale, and these are related to each other. That means the relationship of customer satisfaction with its item is called as correlation. We generally deal with, in research, everything is boiling down to 2 aspects. One is R, another one is R square. You will understand that correlation is the starting point. We collect variables for our research only and only if they are related to each other. I cannot do a research like the price of shoe in London is related to price of mobile phone in Delhi. I cannot do a research like this. I have to first of all go down to Google Scholar or Scopus or Web of Science. These are the three search engines from where you have to search the variables. Preferably, rank 1 is Web of Science. Web of Science. Number 2 is Scopus, and tertiary mode of research and finding out the research paper and journal is scholar.google.com. Right? So, if I have to do a research, I will collect the variables and they must be related to each other. That means some correlation has to be there in the variables. So, with correlated variables, that customer satisfaction and customer loyalty, they are somehow related to each other. Number 2, the items with which we are going in the market, with the questionnaire we go to the consumer, we go to the investor, we go to the employee, they are called as items, measurable items, right? Observed variables. Observed variables are the items, while customer satisfaction is unobserved variable, we call it as latent variable. Latent variable and item is called as observed variable. Relationship of construct with the item is called as factor loading. Factor loading, because many times when you will read a research paper, you will see these are the meanings, these are the words which are used primarily. So R is nothing but factor loading. How much association is there with the item with its construct? How much it is related? Association is different, relationship is there. If I am using correlation, I am investigating degree of relationship. The word is relationship. What is the range of correlation? -1 to +1. So if factor loading is -0.60, so people are afraid of, sir, my factor loading is minus. Should I delete the item? This is the first question which even the bestest of the bestest researcher is asking. Sir, my factor loading is -80. What should I do? Should I delete it? No. Factor loading can be minus, factor loading can be positive, because correlation is in the range of -1 to +1. If factor loading is negative, that means your respondent is clearly saying that I don't like this thing. Higher the risk, lower is the purchase intention. He is saying this thing. That if the product is like made in China, that means it might stop after 7 days or 10 days, or it might work like 3 years also. So higher the risk, maybe the lower purchase intention. So the factor loading is the genesis of research at any time. So if I say that customer satisfaction leads to customer loyalty, then I am talking about R square. R square is coefficient of determination. Coefficient of determination. And how much variance in customer loyalty is going to be determined due to customer satisfaction, that is called as regression. So number 1, I am dealing with quantitative research. Number 2, I was dealing with interval data, and with interval data I will handle constructs like these. Right? Customer satisfaction leads to customer loyalty, both are interval data, and on interval data, first of all I will investigate correlation, and then I will investigate a statistical tool like regression. For example, R square is 40%, 0.40. That means 40% of the variance in customer loyalty is due to customer satisfaction. Right? That means 60% I don't know. 60% are other factors. That means I will again go to the Scopus and find out other factors, so that 40 can be 42, 43, 44, 45. So researchers are also in the misnomer that my R square should be 80%, 85%, 90%. Somebody cannot be God in research. Right? That can also call for a spurious regression, bad regression. You can see that 25 to 60% R square or max 70 to 75 is the maximum limits. So if somebody says in my thesis 33% is my R square, it's a good R square. For faculty like finance, 20% R square is also considered to be good R square. In regression, we have to understand that R square is only measuring the variance explained. Our main objective is whether this relationship is significant or not. Whether customer satisfaction is significantly influencing customer loyalty or not. R square may be 20%, 25%. So we should not be R square centric researcher. You should be focusing on how much variables are related to each other and whether they significantly influence each other. If I say my friend has taught me yesterday and I passed my examination, that is a significant relationship. Although I passed with 33% marks, but I passed, right? That means my friend was an important predictor of my success because I passed, right? But if I say that I passed with 80% marks, that means he was significant and highly significant predictor, and other variables were not important, like teacher was not important, library was not important, or any notes from the market, they were not important. My friend was the only one. So I have to understand that what I can do with my research. So I have to understand that I am applying correlation and regression. Now, correlation and regression, basically they are parametric in nature. They are parametric in nature. Parametric. Now, is there anybody who can just contribute? What is parametric?
Parameters mean that they are based on some population parameter like standard deviation or mean.
Okay. Have you seen this kind of bell-shaped curve? What is this bell? Normal distribution. What is normal distribution? Online audience can write in the chat room. I'll definitely going to read. Okay. So, what is this bell curve? Bell curve is telling us that our sample, when we say that I have gone to research and I have gone to the market and I have collected 385 respondents' data, that means I am not collecting data haphazardly. For example, there might be 385 students here and I can collect data from this institute itself and my research is there. That means I have collected skewed data. Skewed data means lopsided results are going to be there. Then collecting data from Delhi. I should collect data from Delhi NCR and I have to understand that my sample should be drawn from normal population, normal distribution of the population. That means the sample, what I am collecting data from the population has to be normal. That means I must know that what is happening in Delhi NCR. I must know the population characteristics. If I am doing research in Delhi NCR, I must know the data of the population. Because out of population, we are going to collect the sample. We cannot say that I have collected sample haphazardly, randomly. Random sampling is the technique with which we collect the data so that it represents a normal distribution towards the mean of the sample. So population must be known to me. In parametric test, I must understand the population characteristics. If I say that random sampling is there, lottery method is there, so I must know how much is the total population. But if I don't know the characteristics of population, I don't know what kind of people are there. If I say that people are smoking here in Delhi NCR, but I don't know how many are actually the chain smoker and how many actually smoke, and how many have quit smoking and how many are non-smokers. I don't know. There is no published data, there is no statistical survey done, and there is no government agency who is talking about that how many smokers are there in Delhi NCR. When I don't know the characteristics of population, then how can I collect data which represents the normality of the sample? In such a scenario, When I don't know anything about the population characteristics, then what is the solution? Then I have to shift to non-parametric test. That means the cut-off point of decision by you will be there whether the traits and the characteristics of the population is known to me. When I write a thesis, I say that I am collecting data from state of Punjab. Some people say I am collecting, my thesis is for Tri-City, Panchkula, Chandigarh and Mohali. My study is from Delhi NCR, Gurgaon, Faridabad, Noida, Delhi, Sonipat. I am collecting data from Delhi NCR. I must know the population characteristics from where I am going to collect the sample. Right? But if I don't know about the characteristics of the population, from where I have to draw the sample, that means I am shifting my base to a, you can say, not so perfect kind of test, which is a non-parametric test, which is taking care of not the mean. This is mean you said, but in non-parametric test, we handle the results with non-parametric with the help of median. What is median? Median is mid-value, right? You must have heard in 10+1 when we study the chapter of statistics. The first topic in measures of central tendency, we are studying mean, and the example is there that there are 10 students in the class and 11th one, his height is 6 feet, right? So he is disturbing the mean of the class. 10 students, average height is 5.7, 5.2, 5.4, but somebody 6, so that is disturbing the mean value. So all of you should understand that am I talking about mean or am I going to conduct my research with median? If your population characteristics are known to you, then you will apply parametric test and you will be handling mean as the measure of central tendency to report the results. Mean will be the, you can say, central tendency value which we are going to report. All the hypotheses are going to be revolving around mean. Mean, you know that this is mean, sum of observations divided by number of observations. But if I don't know about the population characteristics and my data is not, you can say, this is like the behavior of the respondent. Like this, left hand skewed results are there. The sample is like behaving like left hand skewed, or my sample is behaving like right hand skewed. This is skewness. Skewed data is coming from my population. I don't know because I have randomly gone to Gurgaon and Faridabad and I have collected data who are going to be the smokers in this area, and that data might be skewed towards right hand side, the data might be skewed towards left hand side. You might come up with the sample which may say that we don't smoke. Some people will say we are chain smokers. You might handle such kind of data. In such a scenario, then you are going to calculate and report the results with the help of median. Median, right? You have to shift your base. I mean, if a platform is not working well, if I am not meeting the assumptions, then I have to shift my base from parametric to non-parametric, right? So the researcher is the one who has to show that my results were normally distributed or not normally distributed. Statistically you have to prove, right? I have to open a door and then in the door there is a room. But the door has to be opened by us, and that door is whether my data was normal or not normal. Whether it was meeting the assumptions or it was not meeting the assumptions. If it meets the assumption, I will go with mean as the parameter, as the measure of central tendency to report hypothesis. For example, males and females. If I have to compare that the students are there, let's say 30 students are right hand side, 30 students are sitting left hand side. So the marks obtained by boys and the marks obtained by girls, right? In examination, marks obtained by boys and marks obtained by girls. So I will take a mean of boys, mean of girls. I will compare there is significant or not significant difference between the marks of boys and girls. That means I am using mean, that means I am using parametric test. So when you are dealing with mean, that means you are dealing with parametric test. And you are also stating indirectly that I have collected a data which is normally distributed towards the mean. So the reviewer or any faculty can ask you, have you proved whether your data was normally distributed? That is the first requirement. You are saying there is significant difference between the mean of boys and girls. For example, if you want to compare your institute results with the institute of another eminence in Delhi, let us say another institute. So the mean marks of this institute and mean marks of another institute, you are comparing and then you are reporting that our institute is best and better than the other institute. We are talking about parametric test because you are talking about mean. Mean score of this institute is better than the mean score of others. So parametric has to be applied if you meet the assumptions. Okay. The another thing is this one, I guess. Now we can slightly move towards this parametric and non-parametric. But let me just cover a few more things to you. There is another type of data which we also handle. One, I said that it is interval or ratio. You know what is ratio data? You know what is ratio data? Ratio data is what is your age? If I ask this question like what is your age? Please mute online audience. Yes, Akanksha. Akanksha, please mute your mic. So, what is your age? If I ask a question like what is your age, I am collecting data with ratio data. Because somebody will say my age is 46, somebody will say 42, 33, 26. This data is ratio data. And I can apply correlation and regression with ease. Because interval data or ratio data, I can apply correlation, I can apply any test with ratio data. Generally, the best data is ratio data. Highest order of data which should be collected is to be ratio data. That is why faculty in finance, they are dealing research with that CSR activity leads to organizational performance. ESG funds, environmental, social and governance funds, if I am investing into ESG funds, my portfolio is going to be good portfolio. They are dealing with ratio data. Right? Inflation. The faculty, those who research in banking and insurance, banking especially, what is the effect of inflation on Indian economy? They are dealing with ratio data, they are dealing with correlation, they are dealing with regression. And then they are explaining that the parametric tests are applied. And they are talking about mean. Right? So all of you should understand that what you can do and what you should not do. You can do any tool or test with ratio data, but provided the normality has to be proved by you. Normality of the data which you have collected from the population. If you don't know about the population, then you prove that the results are applicable for non-parametric test. But if you have proved that the data was normally collected from the population, then you go for parametric test. Right? So correlation and regression, we are going to end up by the evening today that what you can do with correlation and regression. So what is your age is a ratio data. But if I ask question like this, what is your age? 0 to 20, 21 to 40, 41 to 60 and above 60. Right? Please tick a box. This is not a ratio data. This data is called as interval data. No. It has got 4 categories. 1, 2, 3, 4 and we say please tick any one category. That means this data is categorical in nature. It is not ratio data. It is not interval data. Interval means one phenomena is asked multiple times, right? So I am talking about categorical data. I am talking about categorical data, and this categorical data can have two aspects. First aspect, can I rank these four categories? Can I rank these four categories? Yes, audience. Can I rank these four categories? 0 to 20, 21 to 40. Can I rank? Yes or no?
No.
Can I order? Can I order these four categories? Order. Can I say these are younger ones, these are the older ones?
Yes.
And here we can have adolescents, and then we can have child also. The definition according to Factories Act is 15 years child, then adolescent, then the you can say younger ones, then middle aged, then older ones, right? So we can somewhere down the line we can order them. So that means this categorical data is going to be categorized as ordinal data. Now on ordinal data, am I going to apply parametric test or non-parametric test? This we are going to learn today. If the data is ordinal and ordered, the data is categorical. It is not ratio and it is not interval. It is categorical data and it is ordered data. What can I do with such variable? Which kind of test? Which kind of parametric test I can apply? Which kind of non-parametric test I can apply? So by the end of first lecture, we are going to work and execute on ordered data with parametric test, ordered data with non-parametric test. Okay, so I have brought some data set with you and I have shared with you. I will tell you which file you have to handle, and then first question of mine to you will be, tell me whether it is nominal, ordinal, interval or ratio. Then we will handle it is ordinal, then we will go for parametric or non-parametric. Another question is marital status. Marital status, unmarried, married, and third category is broken. It covers all categories. Separated, divorce, everything is covered under. Now there are three categories. Can we order? Can we order?
No.
Can we say unmarried are happier than married people? No. Right? So that is a skewed result, which we are going to say that unmarried are always happier than the married one. So it's a skewed result. It might happen that married people are happier than unmarried people. Imagine if the data is 40 to 50 years of people, 40 to 60 is the audience, and they are all unmarried. So you might happen to have a result that married people in 41 to 60 are happier than unmarried people, those who are into 41 to 60. Because they feel lonely, they don't have kids, so such kind of things will come. But if you see 21 to 40, unmarried people will be more happier than the married people. Frustration level is less, responsibilities are less, you can earn and you can relax with the entire salary. Fine. So when we cannot order on a suitable base or a basic level of judgment also, and the data is categorical, then we say that I am going to handle nominal data. I am going to handle nominal data. So what if I have collected nominal data, what kind of tool and test, what kind of parametric tool and test I can apply, I must know. Okay, sometimes good papers by the doctors especially, they are written with nominal and ordinal data. They don't go for such kind of big shot variables like SEM. They only go with, few of my students were from PGI Chandigarh, like nurses and the doctors. Every day they are treating 200 patients. coming from Punjab, Haryana and other things. So they are collecting some data that their patient is male or female, what is the age of the patient, from which state they are coming, Himachal, Punjab, Haryana, from where they are coming, what kind of disease. So they were recording all the demographic profile and then they are treating them that what is the root cause of the disease into such kind of patients. So in 5 days they collect 1000 of data set. And with 1000 data set, they are applying parametric and non-parametric tests to publish their papers and give some suitable judgment of PGI Chandigarh. Right? In PGI Rohtak, the audience might hail from Delhi NCR. So every doctor or every you can say psychologist can handle the data related to stress with respect to nominal and ordinal data also. Are they going to deal with mean or are they going to report with median? That we have to see today. Okay, so nominal, ordinal, interval, ratio. These are the 4 things which we are going to first of all understand and then we have to shift our base. And software is a software, it will give you result in 2 or 3 seconds. So software is only a tool with which we need results, but what kind of result will come, that is the art of learning from the workshops like this. So when we say that I am going to apply a test, so test will be applied on a particular behavior of the data, nominal, ordinal, interval or ratio. So these are the 2 session outcomes which we will obtain before lunch, and background is, now read the first line. If you can understand, in parametric statistics, information about the distribution of population is known. This is the baseline of the research. Population is known and it is based on fixed set of parameters. That means there must be some agency, there must be some publication, there must be some set of, you can say, environment from where I am collecting the data. If you are doing research in corporate governance, there is a body called as Province database, Bloomberg database. They have collected the data of Indian companies listed in the Bombay Stock Exchange and National Stock Exchange. The population, behavior and characteristics are known. I know these are textile companies, I know these are pharma companies, and I can collect data, 2 companies from textile, 5 from pharma, so I can collect, right? But if I don't know how many people are consuming alcohol based upon surrogate advertisement. Now the recent news you must have heard is that Zomato, Swiggy, they are going to deliver alcohol at the doorsteps. Now there is no need to go to a place and buy alcohol. Indian e-commerce agencies, they are ready to deliver alcohol in the doorsteps, right? So our recent research paper, which is going into an ABDC A category paper in US, from Indian side, we are telling them that there is a surrogate advertisement also. Surrogate advertisement. You know that Bagpiper Club soda, there is no soda actually which is sold in the market. Fine. You see that there are advertisement of glasses, Kingfisher glasses, but nobody is selling Kingfisher glasses. But surrogate advertisement is there for Bagpiper Club soda. They are actually selling the Bagpiper. So how attitude towards surrogate advertisement is influencing attitude towards alcohol, and that too into e-commerce platforms. This is the novelty, this is the area. So I don't know how many people have the attitude towards surrogate advertisement. Who will tell me? Is there any survey, is there any agency who has published, RBI, SEBI, any PricewaterhouseCoopers report, any Ernst & Young report? There is no certified agency who is telling me that these much people in India has attitude towards surrogate advertisement and this much audience is actually consuming alcohol. There is no data. So there is no way you can go for this kind of distribution of population which is normal. Straight away you can understand that there is no population parameters going to be. So you cannot shift your base to parametric test. You have to go for non-parametric test. Right? In non-parametric, the information about the distribution of population is unknown. So such kind of research, attitude towards surrogate advertisement, they are unknown. I don't know. My thesis was social media and investor behavior in 2015. And my supervisor said that social media, you might not get the data of social media users, right? You don't know how many people are using social media to get information of a stock and then investing into National Stock Exchange. There is no agency. You might get a data from Government of India that how many users are there in WhatsApp in India. 46 crore, sometimes number is coming. That means somebody has measured that 46 crore are subscribers for WhatsApp in India. There is a number, that means the population is known. But how many people are actually transacting through WhatsApp? I don't know. For example, on a Facebook there is an advertisement that Tata Motors has changed their CEO or they have fired Cyrus Mistry. So such kind of information I am building my mind that let me now exit from Tata Motors because they have fired their right chairman, I guess Cyrus Mistry was chairman. So they fired. So how many people are processing such information? That means I am bound to handle non-parametric statistics. I don't know how many people are reading Facebook pages and then investing into Indian markets. So when I don't know the distribution of the population, I should shift my base to median and non-parametric test. If I know the population, I must go for mean and then I must report through parametric test. Okay? This much line is clear? Fundamental line is there. Because when we also study, we have to ask the point of split off, and this is the point of split off. Am I going to shift to room A, parametric test, or I am going to shift into room number B, non-parametric test? Which measure of central tendency I am going to apply? Because hypothesis, when we will frame hypothesis for median in non-parametric, mean for parametric. Right? So parametrics are based upon assumptions that the distribution of population from the sample is taken, this is normally distributed. This is the, right? And then we say that parametric tests like t-test, one-way ANOVA, such kind of tests are applied. Otherwise, if t-test is not applicable, then I have to shift to a non-parametric test which is called as Mann-Whitney U-test. So first of all, I must know what is t-test. I must know what is the definition of t-test. Only then I can say that I am working with substitute groups, substitute test. So what is t-test? T-test is significant difference of the mean of male and female. Marks of mean of male and female. India versus USA, Brazil versus Russia. In BRICS nation, I am saying that mean of Brazil and mean of Russia, is there any significant difference between the exports of Brazil and Russia? So I am talking about parametric. But if I am talking about median, so I will be using U-test. U-test. If T is not applicable, significant difference of the mean of two countries, male or female are two. So if I am saying that there is a significant difference of male and female, that means there are only two categories. When we are comparing mean of two categories, we are applying t-test. But if t-test is not applicable, then you can simply say, because T was not applicable, therefore I have applied this Mann-Whitney U-test. U-test. Right? For example, east, west, north, south. And I am selling something. I want to check whether my sale of air conditioner is coming from east, west, north or south. That means there are more than two categories, there are four categories. If I am checking mean of sale of 4 directions, I am talking about one-way ANOVA. Right? If 2 are there, T is there. If more than 2 is there, ANOVA is there. So ANOVA is also parametric. Like here, common parametric statistics are t-test and one-way ANOVA. If there are 4 categories or more than 2 categories, we shift to ANOVA. But if ANOVA is not applicable, then I have to go for non-parametric. Non-parametric is this H test. H. Right? So we will be solving today T. We will be solving today execute, run ANOVA. We will run U test. We will run H test. Okay. If 2 are there, T test. More than 2, ANOVA. But if these are not applicable, if parametric is not applicable, I must know how to apply U, how to apply H and submit the results. Okay. Look at the figure. Can you see the figure? Parametric, non-parametric. So basically, you can say that parametric test is more robust test because they fulfill some assumptions. But non-parametric can be skewed data. It can be skewed data. It can be left side skewed data or right side skewed data. And the kurtosis level, if you see the bell, there are 3 types of bell: mesokurtotic, leptokurtotic, plutokurtotic. So kurtosis can be any, right? It can go haywire, it can go beyond the ranges of ±3 also. Kurtosis can deviate, skewness can deviate. So non-parametric don't meet such requirements that there should be bell curve, there should be normally distributed. So I have shared this PPT so that you should read time and again that who are sensitive, who are normal, who is fit for large sample size. When we collect small sample, 150, 180, 40, such kind of sample when we collect, small sample, you must understand it is bound to be not normal. Small data sets, small sample studies are generally not normal in nature. They are bound to behave like left skewed, right skewed, kurtotic values are haywire. So for small sample size, generally non-parametric tests are applicable. But for large sample size like 500 respondents, 680 respondents, 900 respondents, when the sample size is large, generally it happens that the tendency is that the data set bounds to become normal. Right? So large sample size, that is why in any good university, if you find a professor, senior most professor or an experienced professor, he will always push his or her scholar for collecting large data sets. At least 385. They will say 400, 900, and the researcher is always running away from that professor that I must go for lesser sample size. While the professor is giving you the right direction, supervisor means he is giving you the direction that collect larger data sets, because with larger data sets this well will be achieved and you are going to work with parametric tests which are more robust and effective tests. While the lower sample size like 150, 180 or 200, you can apply non-parametric. They are not incorrect tests. Let me tell you, they are not inferior tests also, but they are substitute to parametric. Both are correct. Yes, sir. If I have to choose between the two, parametric is more right. But non-parametric is not incorrect. It is only an alternative to parametric. When I cannot work with mean, I can report with median also. No. When we test, that is for time series data, time series. But for here, you see the difference. the difference between the two, right?
My question is that we forcefully convert the normal data, which is not normal earlier, into a normal data.
Into a normal. By claiming that is unit root test, we make the data stationary first. We take out the sensitivity of the data. For example, gold prices. Now gold prices are 78,000. 78, 80, it is touching 24 carat is 78. But if you see 2004, it was 4,048. If I am doing research like this, the sensitivity is very high. Into stationary data. Yes, as per parameter. For time series data and panel, we do stationarities to remove the seasonality effect and time effect. So they are the basic requirement of time series data. This is cross-sectional data.
Normality or stationary are they both same thing or different?
Normality of cross-sectional data and spatiality of time series data are different. We are making the data stationary. We are making, I'm giving the answer. I am making the data stationary by taking log of the data, which is having highly sensitivity, to convert it into a normal distribution. So that to get same parameter.
Normality and stationarity are the same thing or are different?
Stationary करते हैं, उसका जो रूट निकाल देते हैं, because it tends to behave like stationary. Despite the spikes in the data. So it can be panel data. Panel data is also applied to stationarity test. With leveling chow test, there is a but many researchers like Brick Station where or some countries, right? Just give me 5 minutes then. Yes.
So, when we talk about whether we will be using parametric and non-parametric, the distribution of the population should be known. Say, for example, we don't know the distribution of the population, but when we are selecting the sample, we are checking actually the normality of the sample but not of the population. So, are we assuming that if the sample is normal, so population is also normal?
Yes. Population, known population, so that we can collect appropriate sample from the known population. If I know that this is the sample of, this is the area of Delhi NCR and the population is known, I will go and collect sample appropriately from that particular normal population. And that sample will represent the normality of the population. Sample should represent, because from that sample I am going to generalize my result for the other researchers. So, to conclude this thing, the value of central tendency, you can say that I am talking about normality in the probability distribution, Gaussian ideal curve which we talk about has to be normal, and in non-parametric it can be arbitrary. Okay, so after this break, we are going to shift to this one sample, two sample, one way ANOVA, two way ANOVA. These kind of parametric tests we are going to apply. What kind of data? So we will see the behavior of the data and then we can apply the results. But if left hand side of the test are not applicable, we have to move to Wilcoxon, Mann-Whitney, Pascal-Wallis. Mann-Whitney is U, Pascal-Wallis is H. Right? So these are related pairs which we are going to see. Okay, this paper is available. So we are going to meet after 12:40.
So half an hour break and then we will start exactly
11:40 we are going to.
11:40 to 11:46.
of your mind? Hello. Let us start the practicals. So let us continue with the parametric as well as non-parametric aspect. Before the break, we just only focused on one critical point of discussion, that the population and the data related to population must be known to us. And now we are going to check whether the data collected, whether the sample which you have collected has been some tolerance level to maintain the aspect of normality. Your sample might be correct, right? But you are supposed to check whether my data represents normality or not. So normality of what? Is it of dependent variable? Is it of independent variable? Is it of all variables? So primarily it is dependent variable centric approach. Dependent variable centric. Can you take normality of male and female? 1.5 female is there. You cannot do 1.3 married plus unmarried representative of marital status. There is no average of marital status. Nothing sort of things exist. So we do normality of the dependent variable which has to be continuous or in interval data. Okay. For example, inflation. My inflation is my dependent variable. And I want to check which are the important factors which affect inflation. Okay. So in this aspect, we will check whether the dependent variable which is continuous is normal or not. Look at the screen and check the null hypothesis. We are going to make null hypothesis. In some cases, you must have seen that researchers are framing alternative hypothesis. But here, in such aspects like on demographics or on this aspect of normalities, we always make null hypothesis. All the tests, whatever test we apply, is applied on null hypothesis. There is no test which is going to investigate alternative hypothesis. So all the tests either reject the null hypothesis or accept is the wrong word. He will say we fail to reject the null hypothesis. Never ever apply the thing that we accepted the null hypothesis or we accepted the alternative hypothesis. The only line which you have to report is that we have rejected the null hypothesis or we failed to reject the null hypothesis. So for each one of you, you are supposed to check normality of your main critical dependent variable, whether that was drawn from the population and whether it represents the behavioral aspect of normality or not. If your sample fails on this test, then you have to shift towards this non-parametric test. So if the cutoff point p-value which we take in social sciences for 5%, 2.5 left hand side, 2.5 right hand side, that is the rejection area. That means we generally take alpha 5% is alpha, and that alpha is that we do commit an error, and that error is type 1 error. सुना इसके बाद? You must have heard of type 1 error. Either we commit type 1 error or we commit type 2 error. We cannot say that we have omitted error. In our life, we always commit an error. So type 2 error is a fatal error. That is called as beta. Type 1 error is called as alpha. Alpha is that the person was well within the normal curve. The person was well within the normal curve, but we have rejected that person to include it in the data analysis part. Let me just draw this thing for you, then we will prove this normality and then go for test one by one. Let us say in this diagram, this is the normal distribution curve, and this is mean value, and this is -1 standard deviation, -2 standard deviation, -3 standard deviation, +1, +2 standard deviation, +3 standard deviation. The alpha is 5%, which we call it as level of significance. Level of significance. That means if we apply two-tailed test, basically you should go for two-tailed test. In one of the research study, the person wrote that one-tailed test is like cheating, and that paper was written by Professor Ringle also. He was one of the co-authors. In higher education field, they published a paper and they got a citation also that it is the two-tailed test which is investigated whether or not is the scenario which we check. So 2.5 we take as the rejection level here, and 2.5 out of 5% we take it rejection level here. Type 1, this is the acceptance region, 95%, and this is called as confidence interval limits. Your sample must be in the acceptance region. This confidence interval level is called as acceptance region, and this is 95%. That means your sample, whatever sample you have collected, must fall into the acceptance region also. Type 1 error is the person was here, and this is included in data analysis for generalization of the result. Type 1 is here, that the person was here. He was 2 standard deviation away from the mean, still under the standard normal curve, but we have not included that person into the results for generalization of the results. What is null? What is type 1 error? Rejecting the true hypothesis. Rejecting the true hypothesis when the hypothesis was true, but still we have rejected. That means the person was honest, but we have penalized him. Honest person is penalized. So type 1 is like the person was well within the standard normal curve, away from the mean, more than 2 standard deviation. At alpha, the ±2 standard deviation is taken from the mean. Okay, if the level of significance is 1%, then we take ±3 standard deviation. Then the confidence interval increases. 1% is more robust level of significance. But in social sciences, we take 5%. If somebody is here and we are included that person into the data analysis, then this is called as type 2 error, which we should not commit. That means the person was an outlier, but we are still taking this person into the results. Considering the false hypothesis is type 2 error. So either type 1 will happen or type 2 will happen. So what we choose? We choose type 1 error. It is by choice. We have to consider the results at 5% level of significance. So we do take two-tailed test, and with two-tailed test 5% we will report all the results. Parametric, non-parametric at 5%. If you want to take at 1%, the faculty like faculty reference, they take at 1%. Results of, you can say, reference literature is taken at 1%. So in social sciences like HR, marketing, psychology, law, media studies, these are taken at 5%. Right? So in this regard, just have a look at this p-value. We will make sure that the null hypothesis has to be read carefully, because null hypothesis states that population is normally distributed. Now do let me know whether you want to accept it or reject it? What do you want? Your population to be normally distributed? You want it? That means what should be the p-value? Less than 5% or more than 5%? If p-value is less than 5%, we reject null hypothesis. So what kind of p-value we look forward for normality? More than 5%. So either you remember it or you mug it up. But the point is that you must fail to reject the null hypothesis. This is the, even in time series for Jarque-Barrett test, the hypothesis of normalities are always reversed. Generally we want our null hypothesis to be rejected. But for normality, we want to write that we fail to reject the null hypothesis. This is what actually we want. So remember that normality test, if you want to apply the normality test, the p-value should be more than 5%. Because you have to write, we fail to reject the null hypothesis. We want this. We want this null hypothesis to be true. We want this. Therefore, you have to make sure that normality. So normality, in a perfectly normal distribution, if your population is known to you and the parametric and the statistics are known to you, you know that population mean of Delhi is 2.5. If you say that IP University and all the affiliated colleges of IP University can give you results of entire university of BBA program. That means population is known of IP University. And the mean of BBA program of entire IP University can be ascertained. We can go to IP University Dwarka, we can ask from controller of examination, what is the mean value of entire BBA program of Delhi IP University. That means we know it. So in such a scenario, we can collect the data from representative samples of affiliated colleges of IP University and collect the samples from the students located in different institutes of IP University, because population is known for BBA students of IP University. So if you are conducting a study on student, surveys on student, then you know the population. You know what is there in CBSE, how many students are enrolled in 10th CBSE. CBSE can give you the data of entire population of India, that these are the total students who are enrolled in 10th class in CBSE. So population mean is also known to you. That means if the results are there, you see that CBSE is giving result, they are giving that the pass percentage of girls were higher than the pass percentage of boys. They are giving the results on the basis of mean value. That means they are giving you parametric test because population is known to CBSE. How many people, how many students are enrolled in CBSE? Right? So in a perfectly normal distribution, the mean, median and mode are same. Right? Perfectly scenario. But the peak can vary. So you see that the middle value is called as the mean value. Mean value for parametric test. But if we find that the values are not normal, the values are not normal. Let me give you a case of not normal. Look at this slide. The African American Hispanic, left hand side of this data, you see that they are not normally distributed populations, right? Not normally. They are skewed towards left side. Left side skewed results are there. Sample is like this. So we can go with median values. We can go with the median value, mid value of this Afro-American Hispanic, because mean doesn't hold any true, you can say, representative of the sample. Mean doesn't mean anything. Mean will come somewhere down the line on the another tangent. But the correct, that is why sometimes it is asked why median is a better test than mean. So this is the answer, because median can capture the behavior of skewed results also. If your results are skewed, so median can give you the exact. You see the dotted lines, median is the correct way. Otherwise mean will give you incorrect result. So correct application of test is required. So in this regard, let us check whether how somebody can check the normality of the results. So these are the tests. Komlov-Smirnov test, KS test is one. Shapiro-Wilk test is the test of goodness of fit test. These are the two tests. And the third is QQ plots, quantile plots are there. These are the three tests which we have to check in the continuous dependent variable of our sample which we have collected. Because you cannot say that entire students of CBSE I am going to check. From CBSE entire country you have collected data of 550 students. 550. So you will collect the data of CGPA of 550 students, right? Not the entire. So you go for normal QQ plots and Shapiro-Wilk and Komlov, and if there is a conflict between the two, for example, KS test, null is rejected, and on Shapiro-Wilk, null is going to be accepted, not accepted but failed to reject. So there is a dispute between the two tests. So I have written that the better test is Shapiro-Wilk test. It is an exact test. It is a measure of goodness of it. It close to you can say the mean of population is 0 and standard deviation is 1. It is considered. It is more appropriate for sample sizes, although it can also handle larger sample size. But the test which is applicable on both scenario is considered to be a better test. Shapiro will hold true. So if there is a dispute in your own result, there is a conflict of the idea that I am not able to take a decision whether Komlov is right or Shapiro is right. Base a decision on Shapiro-Wilk. You can search it out on any Google Scholar platform or Google. You will get the citation also for this that which test is a better test and why it is a better test. So it is a more appropriate because it is based upon goodness of it test. Right? It is an exact test. So let us go and open the file. Let us open the file. I have given you a file multiple regression execute. The name of the file is multiple regression underscore execute. Okay. So in one bench, if there is one laptop good enough, you can see how the test is executed. If you want to note down the steps, where to click and where to get the results, that you should write down. Right? Take a copy and note down how you can check the normality of the result. For this thing, let us understand the data first of all. Look at first column. The first column is achievement. These are the CGPA scores of the students. CGPA scores of the students. This is my dependent variable. Dependent variable means that how much CGPA students have scored. This is student number 1. He has scored 6.13 CGPA, right? And let me tell you, this data is for average students. There is a lot of good students, but an average students getting IS 6.3. So performance goal is measured on a scale of 0 to 100. It's a ratio data. So the performance goal, he has set a very low performance goal. This student, mastery of the subject. The mastery of the subject is scaled into 0 to 10. So he said my mastery of the subject is 5.71. Right? He said I have not practiced much, but 5.71 is my mastery of the subject. If the score is 10 out of 10, that means he has mastered entire book. If his mastery is 2, he has not read the book. Interest is measured on to 0 to 10. He has given scale of 6. That my interest level is 6. I am not interested into studies. Right? Anxiety level is 0 to 10. The anxiety level is 1.67. That means he has less anxiety level when he appears for the examination. And gender is 1. 1 means female. 1 means female. Remember this coding. 1 means female and 0 means male. Okay. This button 1/A, if you click, you will get the coding which is given in the variable view. So 1 means female. So candidate number 1 is a female who has achieved fairly well in CGPA 6.13. Performance is okay, not goal is not high, and mastery is average 6, interest is 6, anxiety is low, and socio-economic level, SES level, socio-economic level is high. That means she belongs to higher income group. One is medium, medium is middle income group, MIG, and low means LIG, lower income group. So socio-economic levels are 3. They are 3. One is 3 stands for high, 2 stands for MIG, 1 stands for LIG. So there are 3 categories of socio-economic level. There are 2 categories of gender. My question to you is, now socio-economic level is nominal data or ordinal data? Socio-economic level is ordinal data or nominal data? Ordinal data, LIG, MIG, HIG, because income is the base. With some income as a base, we must have decided LIG, who is LIG. We know who is BPL, below poverty line. If your annual income is maximum 1 lakh from all sources in 1 year, you are called as BPL, you can be given a card. That means income is the criteria to demark between BPL and non-BPL family. So we can rank LIG, MIG, higher the income, more socio-economic level status is there. Gender, male and female, this is nominal, right? We cannot rank females are better than males or males are better than females. So it is a nominal data. So we have got 2 data which is categorical data. One is nominal, one is ordinal, and 5 data are on ratio data. Ratio data. Okay. So I want to check that achievement. Look at this. That y is equal to alpha plus beta 1 x1, beta 2 x2. How results are written like this: plus beta 3 x3 plus beta 4 x4 and beta 5 x5. Okay. Y is my CGPA. The student's CGPA is dependent upon what? Is dependent upon, number 1 was, look at your file. First variable is, what is the goal setting done by the student? Goal setting, performance goals. Sometimes students fix low goal and they score low. Some students who said that I want to be IAS, at least he will clear some entrance test. Number 2 is, which variable is there? Mastery of the subject. That means CGPA is dependent upon mastery of the subject. X3 is what? Interest. Student must have some interest level. You see, even in the classroom, when you are teaching, there are some students whose interest levels are low and they are generally sitting in the back. Right? This is what is the normal trait and the behavior of students. You see what are the traits and behavior? Front benchers are generally considered to be intelligent. They are looking in the board and other things. Back benchers are always talkative and they create problems for the faculty. And who sits in the middle? Uninterested or okay, it's okay, fine. They don't, it's average kind of mindset is there. So interest level also decides the sitting position of the candidate also. Right? Whether how much interested. X4, anxiety. You must have seen the front benches, their anxiety levels are very high. They are the ones those who are reading the books. And then they eventually fails also many times. Because out of anxiety levels they are not performing, and backbenchers, their anxiety levels are very less. They are performing better. So many times the results are also. So we are supposed to check that which is the most important predictor for CGPA. So we can check it with the help of beta. Whose beta is high, we are going to report that this beta is high, therefore this parameter has to be investigated by the faculty. to get good CGPA for the future students. Right? So beta is going to check the sensitivity of the independent variable on the variance of dependent variable. Right? And there is another variable also. There is another variable also, that is plus beta 6 x6. x6 is what? Gender. Can I take gender into nominal data into regression? Correlation regression, we started the lecture. Correlation regression are the parametric test which captures the data on ratio and interval data. But gender is a nominal data. Right? Nominal cannot be taken. But if I convert nominal into binary, you know what is binary? 0 and 1. If I convert anything into binary, then I can take. Okay? So nominal data can be converted into binary number and then we can take gender. Therefore, we have coded the data into 0 and 1. Not 1 and 2. 1 and 2 is wrong regression, but 0 and 1 correct regression. So binary numbers are applicable in regression or ratio or interval. These are the three things which you have to understand and report in the regression. So anything which is ordinal in nature or binary in nature or interval in nature or ratio in nature can be taken into regression. So my dependent variable is CGPA. That the CGPA, this data, let us go to this data. Go to analyze, and click on descriptive statistics and go to explore. These are the steps which you should note down. Analyze, descriptive. So if you are having your desktop, open this file, go to analyze, descriptive and click on explore. The moment you will click on explore, click on statistics. Click on statistics. What are the values which are coming? Outliers. Can you see outliers are there? So the first thing the researcher should do, he must find out the outliers. So if this is the class of 60 students, I have to do data analysis excluding outliers. Okay, whatever sample you are bringing from the population, you must remove the outliers first. We don't work with outliers, we work with normal respondents. So the first benchers and the last benchers, these are the extreme outliers. So I will work according to the rest of the class. So if first benchers are highly attentive and last benchers are highly not attentive, I will not focus much on them. The teacher teaches to the majority rest of the class. So the topper and the extreme ends, I should wipe it out. So should I throw them out of the class? No. My focus, so if they are not willing to listen, I will not bother much. If they are listening so much carefully, I will say okay, they are fine. But my focus is on the general class. So outliers, you see the dependent variable. Dependent variable is level of achievement. You can put level of achievement on the dependent variable list and then you can click on the outliers. First of all, you need to find out the outliers. Okay, find out the outliers. Have you got the outliers? Extreme values. So never ever work with extreme values. Try to remove these extreme values from your data set. Your dependent variable was CGPA. So will you work with the toppers and the droppers? No. Toppers are already intelligent. Droppers are not going to work hard. Right? So make sure that when you work with customer loyalty as the dependent variable, customer loyalty, customer satisfaction, job satisfaction, some people are working on organizational performance. Work on those organizations excluding outliers. So first of all, try to find out. So in case of respondent number 102, 146, 105 and 30 roll number, these are the toppers. Their CGPA is very high, 6.25, 6.136, 5.63. You may consider or you may not consider 5.50 to be an outlier. But the lowest is 11111. They are not going to, you can say, facilitated by your research outcome. From 1, how much they can score? 1.5 or maximum 2, double their spirit. If they double time, they do hard work. So think of such extreme values. You have to remove this outlier and work with the remaining data and then do data operations on the remaining data. So outlier testing is one, and you should go with outlier testing dependent variable wise, because that is what is most important task in your R square is going to be calculated for dependent variable. It is the dependent variable which is predicted. It is the dependent variable which is forecasted. It is the dependent variable whose variance is in matter of interest to you. So on the basis of your DV, try to find out outliers and then work with the normality test. Okay. So Komlov, Smirnov and Shapiro will go to analyze. You see, this is the plot. Can you see normality plots with test and the histogram? Histogram and normality plots with tests. So software is enabled with KS and Shapiro-Wilk. First of all, the duty of the researcher is to remove the extreme values, work with the normal people and then check the normality. So continue. So here we will shift our base. So if you see, the mean values and other things are there, but look at KS test. What is the P value of KS test? Go to analyze, go to descriptive statistics, go to explore. And in explore, put all your DVs. You can put all the DVs. So software will give you. So DV is my CGPA, which I am going to determine. CGPA is dependent upon, we have discussed now, right? So go to plots, click on plots and click on histogram and normality plots with test. Two tests will be there, KS test and Shapiro-Wilk will come. Okay. So this is my KS test, level of achievement by the students, that is CGPA. The test statistics is 0.064, but the P value is 20%. It is more than 5%. Level of significance is 5%. So KS test is suggesting what? It is suggesting we failed to reject the null hypothesis. And what was null? Null is that population from where we have drawn the sample is normally distributed. That means KS has given that you are fit to apply parametric test. While Shapiro said on dot 5%, on dot. Shapiro-Wilk is exactly 5%. So what is the if the value is 5% or less than 5%, 5% or less than 5%, we reject the null hypothesis. And null was, population was normally distributed. Now Shapiro is telling that this data is not normally distributed, while KS is saying that it is normally distributed. So out of the two, you are going to focus on Shapiro-Wilk test. Right? You have to choose Wilk test, and you will say that the CGPA is not behaving in a normal distribution curve as defined by the Gaussian ideal curve of normal distribution. The bell-shaped curve is an ideal curve given by Gaussian.
Why the different results are
No, it can differ. Yes, that is why if there is a conflict, so the better test is saying that either you increase the sample size. This is sample of 60 students. A class of 60 is taken. So for class of 60, Shapiro-Wilk is more appropriate for smaller sample size. So Shapiro is better test if the sample size is low. And you have to work according to Shapiro that the population is not normally distributed. Now I cannot apply parametric. Still, if you apply parametric, then you are doing wrong research. Because there is a caveat. I guess I have given a caveat here. Yes, there is a caveat which everybody must understand. It is important to note that using the wrong test can result in completely wrong findings. You might be good in correct data, operation of SPSS and getting the good results, but the findings are incorrect. So if you give this KS and Shapiro in the research paper, the reviewer will always check what was the sample size. You will say 60, he will see your Shapiro and he will say why you have gone for parametric. While Shapiro is saying that it is non-parametric, you should have applied U-test and H-test, therefore your paper is rejected. Okay, so this is how, but this much line he will not write because he will not waste his time. He will say reject. So we don't know why our paper was rejected, because they will not guide you. They assume that you are well learned researcher. So the tests are very simple. We have only gone for, but the application must be clear to us. Before we go for t-test, which is a parametric test, and one-way rover, which is parametric, we must know whether they are applicable or not. So, many researchers blindly apply t-test and one-way rover, not giving this KS and Shapiro. So, try to understand, and there can be, therefore I have given you a 5, there is a conflict also. Majority of the times, both will be telling that normally distributed. Both, but it can happen. So, in workshops, data are running very nicely, but when we take our own data, and then we say there is a conflict, then who is going to tell? Workshop is over, professor is gone. Right? So, in all these scenarios, you should be ready. Both KS and Shapiro can tell you that the p-value is more than 5% or less than 5%, but a conflict can also be there. So if your sample size is low, always prefer Shapiro. But if your sample size is large, focus on KS. That is why in PhD, because PhDs are not working with low sample size like 100, 200, 250. Generally, PhDs are with large sample size, therefore they are reporting KS. Because if you see the line which is written here, Shapiro-Wilk is more appropriate for smaller sample size. PhDs are done on 385, 400, therefore all research scholars must report KS test if they are working with large sample size, but they have to prove that my data was normal or not normal. This is the point of split off. And now, if I want to just understand that non-parametric is the answer, because this is the output. If you see, this is the output, and its output, the p-value of Shapiro-Wilk says that we reject the null hypothesis. So try to remember always null hypothesis of this Shapiro-Wilk and KS and learn how to interpret. Then you go for a test. So first of all, I am going with parametric test. So in every 5 minutes, we will be conducting a parametric test. Okay. Then we will be conducting non-parametric test. If this is not there, then this is applicable. So let us assume that the population is normally distributed and sample was drawn and is behaving in a normal fashion. Bell curve. Okay. Look at first test. Let us go for first test. And if I want to drive to Chandigarh, I will not go towards Gurgaon. If I want to drive here, I will go there. I will go from this side, Karnal bypass, and then go to Chandigarh. This is the objective. I want to travel over there. In research also, if my objective is to test a scenario, so then I will apply a particular test. So I will write objective first and then test. If that objective is your objective, you can apply that test. But if your objective is not going Chandigarh, then there is no fun of going over there. So first objective, write down. First objective, if I want to compare population mean, now I am working on parametric first. Next 20 minutes is on parametric. I want to compare, so I will work with mean. If I want to compare population mean with sample mean. Okay. Let us say GGIPU BBA mean. Can I get it from controller of examination? I can get it. And go to Dwarka and I can ask with a request and they can give me. Can I compare with the names BBA mean? Can I compare? This I can compare only if population mean is known to me. If population mean is not known to me, then I cannot apply parametric test. I have to go to non-parametric test. So if I am going to compare whether my students have outperformed IP University, then I will go for which test? One sample t-test. One sample. I am only comparing that mains students are better than IP or lesser than the IP. Okay, you see that the result of Delhi 10th class is compared with overall CBSE pass percentage. Overall CBSE pass percentage is 78%. So Delhi school students, they say, look, our average was 96%. CBSE overall is 78, mine is 96, so I am better than all CBSE students. My school is much better, so that they can do good branding. So if this is the objective, so you are supposed to apply one sample t-test. But the condition is population mean must be known to me. Okay. So let us see this class. This is CGPA of 60 students, right? 60 students are there for CGPA. I can go to analyze. Now write down steps. Go to analyze. Go to compare. This compare means, because I am working with means. That means I am working with parametric test. I am working with mean. I am not working with median. For median there is non-parametric test. These are working with medians. This option is working with medians, but this option is working with means. So the basic difference of mean and median must be known to you. So in this PPT I have given figures also, so that you can understand why median is important, why mean is important. So one sample t-test, one sample, level of achievement, test variable, right? These are my students of mains, fine. And let us say the CGPA of IP University, average mean of IP University is 3. Okay. So this test value 3 must be known to me. That means I know my population. But as I've said that, can you know how many people are using smartphone for using Blinkit to buy groceries at home? Do you know such data? How many people are using smartphone for applying Blinkit for buying groceries at home? There is no data. So we cannot apply this test. So by default, we have to go to an alternative of this test. Okay? So we will go for alternative. So I will perform one parametric and one non-parametric for one sample. Okay? So if population mean is known to me, I can go to and put the value. Now look at the output. Output, what is the p value here? The p value is two-tailed, just look at the t-tailed, two-tailed sign value, SIG, 0.002. This is less than 5%. When it is less than 5%, we reject the null hypothesis. And what was null hypothesis? Null is always prepared into no kind of figure. Okay, so let me just first of all write this null hypothesis also. Null. There is no significant difference between what? Mean of population and mean of sample. यही होती है IP यूनिवर्सिटी एंड मेंस कोई अंतर नहीं है, सेम है. And p value is explaining it is less than 5%. Therefore we have rejected the null hypothesis, and we will say that there is a difference between the students of MEMS and IP University. And from the output we can check whether our students are better or university students are better. So look at the output. The output says who is better? Mean score दिया हुआ है, check out. Your students are scoring 3.34 while university was getting 3. So yours are better. So you can say there is a significant difference, and my students' mean is better than the IP University. IP University mean was 3, mine is 3.34. Therefore, there is a significant difference. It may happen that there is no significant difference. 3 को I have gone to control of examination and I have got the population mean. Otherwise, we cannot apply this test, and we have to apply non-parametric test. Okay?
For one sample.
हाँ, for one sample. Right? So, the test value is given here. We have given the test value because we have collected the data of test value. Right? Objective number 2. What is objective number 2? Objective number 2 is right here. Objective number 2. I want to check whether CGPA differs across gender. Gender was divided into 0 and 1. That means there are 2 categories. I want to check whether the CGPA of my students, males and females, is there any significant difference between male and female of being a student of males? 1. This is the objective. So I have got CGPA, I have got the data of male also, I have got the data of female also. In this case, I will apply what? I will apply independent sample p-test. So if your objective is this, whether my sale differ into north or east, if inflation differs in Brazil and Russia, if gold prices differ in UK and USA, gold prices are given Gold prices are your dependent variable. But country is UK, country is. So I can say that here instead of there, gold prices, whether they are different in UK and US, countries are two. Whenever the factor is divided into two, we go for independent sample t-test. So now you can say that your study is loyalty, whether loyalty differs across gender or not, male, female only. Whether males are more loyal or females are more loyal. Job satisfaction across gender. Job satisfaction across marital status. And this data is nominal data. And this data CGPA is ratio data. So this is the assumption, these are conditions. So I have written the assumptions slide wise. What are the assumptions of t-test also? That one variable must be continuous, another must be nominal. And second condition is the categories must be two. If there are more than two, then we will go for another test, ANOVA. So in this case, let us go back to the file. This is my file. Write down the steps. Go to analyze. Go to compare means. And click on independent sample t-test. So in good thesis, you will find this test. In every good thesis, you will find, it is not an ordinary test. You will find many good emerald papers with independent sample and one-way ANOVA. In Scopus, if you put customer loyalty, one-way ANOVA t-test, you will get papers, good papers. They are not ordinary tests. They are parametric tests, better tests, robust tests. So if you say, what is this t-test, what is this one-way ANOVA, bring SAM. So it is not, it is equivalent to SAM also. Because it is meeting your objective. You want to check. So you want to put this objective, if this is your objective, go with the independent sample t-test in your PhD. So if you click on this test, level of set achievement, CGPA into test variable, CGPA into test variable, and grouping variable will be gender. So you will put gender into grouping variable, and it is asking us two question marks. Define the groups. So define the groups. I know that the data was coded into 0 and 1. 0 and 1. So in t-test there is only option for two categories. Not three categories, four categories. There are only option is for two categories. So you can put on continue and simply click on OK. Now see the output. What is the mean of males and what is the mean of females? 3.59 is for male and 3.27 is for female. That is, boys are intelligent in this class. Boys are intelligent. Might be this class of mechanical engineers. Boys are more intelligent in mechanical engineering. Right? By default. So, is there any significant difference between the two? Is there any significant difference between the two? So, check the t-test p-value. What is the p-value for t-test? Where is that? Where is the value? P-value. P. Significance value is p-value. It is 0.205. 205 equal, huh? So the null hypothesis is there is no significant difference in the mean of males and females for CGPA. There is no significant difference for male and female. So the p-value is 20.5%. It is more than 5%. So therefore we failed to reject the null hypothesis and we say boys and girls are same. Boys and girls are same, but still with the value of mean, you can say boys are slightly better than the girls. Significant difference is not there, but on the contrary, boys are better. So such results are also there. People are in the habit, researcher, you see researcher focus only on p-value. They say this is significant, this is not significant. And people are asking, what is your finding? They will say, sir, it is not significant. He will again ask, what is your finding of this study? So he will never ever identify. He must say, the major finding is, although there is no significant difference, but boys are better than girls in this class. Mean. Yes. First criteria is significant difference. Second is basic difference. On the group statistics, the mean of boys is 3.59, which is better than 3.27. This is an indication, but the significant is not. That has to be shown by p-value. And Levine is additional test which is given in independent. It checks whether the variances are equal or not. It may happen that mean might differ, but variances differ. So variance is also 5, 6, 7. There is no significant difference in the variance. Variance are also same, but on the face value, you can say boys are better. So as a teacher, you have to focus that why girls are not performing just like boys. So let us see where is the issue. So I will try to find out issue from the girls section. Okay? That is recommendation which you have to put for the faculty. Because you are writing not paper for yourself. You are writing for somebody, target audience. So there must be 4 to 5 target audience for your research paper. Not even 2 is enough. So here you can say the management of the institute, they should focus that what is happening to the girls, why they are not performing. 2, teacher has to focus in the class. So there are at least 2 you can say target audience for this kind of study. CGPA across gender. So finding practical implication paragraph you have to write for the target audience. So many times even our papers are rejected many times on practical implication. Data analysis we are through, but we are caught in practical implication, we are caught in introduction, we are married. There is a habit that 20-25 times we get rejections, but by the time reviews are there, so we are going slightly better every time when we get a rejection. By the time 26th person accept our paper, then we say that now we have to cater to their requirements. So these are few of the requirements which they look forward in their papers. That for whom you are writing paper, what is your major finding? If somebody is only focusing on p-value, that is a raw candidate. That look, p-value was 205, I have failed to reject the null hypothesis, that means boys and girls are same. This is a standard, basic level researcher who is writing a paper. Objective number 3. Yes.
सर इस केस में
Levine variance.
अगर इसमें इक्वल वेरिएंसेस नहीं आते, p वैल्यू लेस देन 0.05 और के नीचे
इक्वल वेरिएंस, नल क्या होता है? ऑल और सेम, आइदर ऑफ द टू will focus on
रिजेक्ट हो जाता है।
हाँ, even then you should say that we are focusing on that variances were same, means were same. That was our null. We have not framed our null on not you can say equal variances are not. So that is an alternative hypothesis.
इस केस में जैसे वैल्यू 0.567 आ रहा है, अगर ये 0.003 होगा,
that is हाँ. If Levine was less than 5% and t-test was more than 5%, so you should say that means are same, but there is some variance in the you can say CGPA. So now the investigation should be done that from which factor that variance is coming, because variance is R square, that is the variance is coming from mastery of this subject, interest of this subject. So here you can say even variances are same.
In that case, which T value should be checked? क्योंकि हम दो T value आते हैं.
दो T value. Mean and variance are two separate measures.
तो इसमें 0.205 ही चेक करते हैं क्योंकि नीचे वाले में तो 0.203 आ रहा है, उसका मतलब क्या है?
उसका कोई मतलब नहीं है. उसका मतलब आपने अगर नल बनाया है, इक्वल वेरिएंसेस आर नॉट अज्यूम. अगर आपने वो नल बनाया होता तो
अच्छा.
नल एक ही बनता है और वे इक्वल वेरिएंसेस अज्यूम. That there is no significant difference in the variance, Levine. There is no significant difference in the T test. एक ही मान के चलना है. दो नल बनाने की जरूरत नहीं है.
उसका मतलब समझिए.
ठीक है, वो एक मतलब एडिशनल. अगर ये नल मान के चलना है तब भी, वो नल मान के चलना तब भी, दोनों में कोई डिफरेंस नहीं है. ऊपर वाले की
इक्वल वेरिएंस है,
Equal
उसी को ही
variance
हमें
है.
कंसीडर करना है, नॉट अज्यूम को हमें कंसीडर करना ही नहीं. और इसमें एक्सप्लेनेशन भी नहीं डालना, मतलब बाकी नहीं करनी.
only report 4 values: F value, P value, T value, T value. Also, sometimes we copy and paste this table. There is no need of copy and paste. That is an indication of a layman working on a paper. You are supposed to make your own tables. So don't take every garbage which is coming from the software. You need only 4 values: Levine, F value, P value. T test, the P value 1.272 and P value 205. That's it. And make your own table. Make your own Excel table or write it in the paragraph. Or you say that male being mean is, you need 3.597 and you need the female with 327, and the bracket you can give the number also. Males were 32 boys are better than 108 girls. Right? None हमेशा no में जाना है. There is no significant difference in the variance. This is reject. This is we fail to reject. That means both are same. Variances are same and means are also same. Almost same. Variances of boys and girls are also same. Means are also same. But on the face value you can say that boys are better. Significant बहुत बड़ा difference नहीं है, but छोटा बहुत तो है. वो छोटा बहुत भी बहुत important है for a management or for a faculty.
सर क्या हम demographic variables PLS में यूज कर सकते हैं?
Yes. लेकिन एक तरीका है इसको as a moderator ले.
ऐसे इंसिडेंट नहीं ले सकते हैं.
सीधा नहीं ले सकते.
सर पर
और as a binary जरूर ले सकते हैं, but not as an independent variable.
सर ऐसे इंडिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल को पेपर लिखते हुए दिया हुआ है.
वो as a control variable है, not as an idea. जैसे gender is never ever taken as IDV. It can be treated as a control variable. CV. In the presence of gender, loyalty is measured. और वो भी 0-1 करके.
सर एक पेपर में आपका शेयर करना था, उसने एक्चुअली लिया हुआ.
Right?
सर और क्वेश्चन.
हाँ जी.
जैसे इस वाले केस में हमने इसको बाइनरी में कन्वर्ट किया 0-1. अगर ये 1 होता
तो तब भी करते हैं, because in the software we can put 1 and 2. वो तो पूछ ही रहे हैं आपने कोडिंग कैसे की है.
बट जब हम आप करते हैं जैसे जैसे होता है 0-1, क्या हमें उसे बाइनरी ही कोड करना चाहिए या
Always it is preferable that you code in 0-1.
फॉर जेंडर?
हाँ, for 2 categories always code 0 and 1, because life is easy for the researcher. You can apply anytime. पहले 1 and 2 फीड करें, फिर 0-1 में कन्वर्ट करें. पीटी 0 and 1 में करना चाहिए. So objective 2 is clear. 2 categories. Should I move to the third category? Third देखें. Just see the third objective. Third objective is, if I want to check CGPA, whether CGPA differs across socio-economic levels. Now you know that socio-economic levels were categorized into 3 categories: LIG, MIG and HIG. और हमने इसको कोड किया था 1, 2 and 3. If the categories are more than 2, you cannot apply t-test. We can apply one way ANOVA. इसके बाद हम 2 way ANOVA भी करेंगे. One way ANOVA. One way means variable is one, socio-economic level. इसके बाद we will do 2 way ANOVA. There will be 2 variables. Income भी ले लेंगे और gender भी ले लेंगे. Gender भी अगर आपको लेना है और socio-economic level भी लेना है तो 2 way ANOVA लगेगा. लेकिन एक के साथ करना है. If we are supposed to do it with one, so one way ANOVA. That is why one way ANOVA is the name. If the categories are more than 2, so let us go to same file and go to analyze. Go to analyze. Compare means and one way ANOVA. One way ANOVA. In the test variable, we will put CGPA. Test variable CGPA. And in the factor, we will put socio-economic level of the students. LIG, MIG, HIG. You can code 0, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 10, 15, whatever is the number. So software will pick 3 categories. And now it will not ask whether you have coded 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2. Because their categories can be 10 categories. In one of my case study, I wrote it in Vardhaman Textiles Limited that the sale of Vardhaman Textile for hand knitting yarn, how it differs across 44 shades. Vardhaman hand knitting yarn is generating hand knitting yarn जो स्वेटर बनता है इससे उसके 44 शेड्स बनाता है और सेल डिपो में से हमारे को सेल डेटा दे दिया वर्धमान के जो वाइस प्रेसिडेंट मार्केटिंग थे. So we wanted to conduct a, so I put one way ANOVA for 44 shades and observed कि कौन से शेड के अंदर सबसे ज़्यादा सेल आ रही है, कौन से शेड के अंदर आपकी कम से कम सेल आ रही है. So that result actually benefited Vice President Marketing and he decided upon to drop the production of least you can say revenue generated shade of Vardhaman hand knitting. So he focused on good you can say sales generating products rather than wasting on such shades out of 44. Asian paint में होते हैं interior exterior walls. Asian paints की भी तो shades होंगे ना. तो अगर आपको ज़्यादा कैटेगरीज में चेक करना है ईस्ट वेस्ट नॉर्थ साउथ में सेल्स, अगर आपको चेक करना है कि मेरा जो एडमिशन हो रही है वो कौन से स्टेट से हो रही है, आपके पास तो डेमोग्राफिक्स आ ही नहीं थे. 60 सीटों के लिए अगर 700 फॉर्म्स आ रहे हैं तो 700 फॉर्म्स को आप डालिए वन वे ANOVA के अंदर कि एडमिशन इनटेक आपकी फीस आई होगी. आप चेक करिए पूरे अपने स्टूडेंट्स जो एडमिटेड हुए हैं कि अक्रॉस जेंडर यू कैन चेक. Admission is revenue for institute. So revenue is going to be your CGPA here and gender you can put कि लड़कियां ज़्यादा आई हैं लड़के ज़्यादा आए हैं, कौन से काउंट ज़्यादा है और कौन से स्टेट से आए हैं, कहाँ से इनका ज़्यादा इनपुट आ रहा है एडमिशन के लिए. प्लेसमेंट का भी कर सकते हैं. प्लेसमेंट कितने रुपए की हुई, मान लो 100 बच्चों की प्लेसमेंट हुई, किसी की 4,50,000 की हुई, somebody has got 8,50,000. You write down all the placement data and put it under the dependent list और आप अपना डालिए कि BBA के बच्चा था, BCom का बच्चा था कि BCA का बच्चा था. 3 कैटेगरीज. कौन सा सेक्शन आपका प्लेसमेंट ज़्यादा जनरेट कर रहा है, ड्राइव कर रहा है. सो फॉर एन इंस्टीट्यूट इट इज़ गोइंग टू बी यूजफुल दैट प्लेसमेंट कौन सा डिपार्टमेंट पीछे है, कौन सा डिपार्टमेंट आगे है. सो ऑब्जेक्टिव विल डिफाइन द एप्लीकेशन ऑफ द टेस्ट. सो सोशो इकोनॉमिक हो गया. अब इसमें क्लिक ऑन ऑप्शंस. क्लिक ऑन ऑप्शंस. यू नीड डिस्क्रिप्टिव, तभी तो पता लगेगा मीन किसका है. यू नीड डिस्क्रिप्टिव. यू नीड फिक्स्ड एंड रैंडम इफेक्ट. यू नीड होमोजेनिटी ऑफ द वेरिएंस. आपको मीन भी चाहिए, क्या वेरिएंस में तो नहीं अंतर है कहीं. If you want to advance this test one way ANOVA, then advanced tests are Brown and Welch. Brown and Welch can support or give extension or additional you can say support to one way ANOVA. तो ये टेस्ट कोई अलग से टेस्ट नहीं है. जैसे chi-square में भी टेस्ट होता है ना कि आपके 2 टेस्ट और होते हैं नॉमिनल और ऑर्डिनल के लिए. सो इसमें ब्राउन और फॉर्सिथ एंड वेल्च दीज आर एडिशनल टेस्ट. सो वी कैन क्लिक continue and click on post hoc. For example, there are 3 categories. Within 3 categories, there are 3 categories. So within 3 categories, let us say this, I can compare unmarried versus married, unmarried versus broken, and married versus broken. So even in one-way NOVA there are 3 t-tests. वन-वे नोवा के अंदर 3 कैटेगरीज थी ना, तो 1 versus 2, this is t-test. So I can do 3 t-tests simultaneously by clicking on post-op. So this is post-op. In post-op there are so many tests. So some people apply टकी as the best test, जो हमने बुक्स में पढ़ा हुआ है, जोसेफ वेयर की बुक्स में. But least square dummy, this is also considered to be a test, टकी. So every test is dependent upon different assumptions. जैसे कि ये REGWQ है, this assumes कि boys भी 30 थे, girls भी 30 थी. अगर 30-30 equal representation है तो आप REGWQ लगाओगे. तो every test has got its own assumption, but the basic level of test is LLSD. और ये क्या assume कर रहे हैं? Equal variances. Null is variance is worse.
ये लीविंग सेट से पता
लवीन ये सारे उसके लिए, ठीक है. If you want to check equal variance is not assumed, तो आप नीचे डनेट्स का टेस्ट लगा लीजिए, जेम्स ओवर लगा लीजिए. इसलिए दोनों में से हमने एक ही लिया. तो ये टेस्ट दोनों ही दे रहे हैं कि अगर आपने ये मान के चले हैं तो क्या है, वो मान के चले तो क्या है. So LSD and click on OK. Now you see what are the results. LIG का मीन है, MIG का मीन है, HIG का मीन है. Whose mean is high? HIG. Mean of HIG is 4.21. That means जो बच्चे रिच हैं उनके मार्क्स अच्छे हैं, ऐसा है ना? यही हुआ ना? The mean score of HIG, क्योंकि उनके पास फैसिलिटीज अच्छी हैं, रिसोर्सेज अच्छे हैं, they can afford tuitions, they can come on a car, तो फैसिलिटीज दे सकते हैं, बुक्स मिल सकती हैं अच्छी, पैसे की कमी नहीं है. So we can find out so many factors later on, but on the basic level we can say that तीनों mean different है, लेकिन क्या significantly different है? Are they significantly different? For LIG, MIG, HIG, look at the p value. ANOVA में देख रही है, ANOVA में p value. It is less than 5%. Is less than 5%. So there is a significant difference between the mean of LIG, MIG, HIG for CGPA. CGPA differ करती है across socio-economic levels और सबसे highest किसकी है? HIG. Okay? ठीक है? फिर किसका आ रहा है? LIG का. गरीब बच्चे मेहनत से पढ़ रहे हैं और जिनको कुछ रिसोर्सेज मिल जाते हैं वो सोशल मीडिया देख रहे हैं. ये हमें आगे फिर फाइंड आउट करना है रिसर्च से कि इनका क्या रीजन है, उनका क्या रीजन है, इसका क्या रीजन. दैट इज कॉल्ड एज रिसर्च. नॉवेल्टी के साथ पेपर पब्लिश होते हैं कि आपने सिग्निफिकेंट डिफरेंस तो फाइंड आउट कर लिया, बट आप रिग्रेशन पे जाइए और चेक करिए कि HIG किस फैक्टर के कारण पढ़ रहे थे, LIG किस फैक्टर के कारण पढ़ रहे थे. क्या पता इंटरेस्ट लेवल ऑफ LIG बहुत ज़्यादा हाई था, मास्टरी ऑफ दिस सब्जेक्ट HIG वालों की हाई थी, उन्होंने ट्यूशन रख ली LN में जाके और JEE नीट की तैयारियाँ कर रहे थे, उनके पास पैसे. इट इज़ वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू गेट कोचिंग फॉर नॉन मेडिकल, बट इंटरेस्ट लेवल और मास्टरी LIG की अच्छी थी, इसलिए उनका मीन अच्छा आ रहा है. और मीडियम वालों का 3.03 है लास्ट में. सो यू कैन फाइंड आउट. वी ऑल्सो फाइंड आउट फॉर 44 sheets. You can find out for 3 or 4 categories. So one-way NOVA investigates that whether it is CGPA differs across more than 2 categories. So variance में कोई difference नहीं है. The p value is 222, but mean में difference है. Yes, there is a difference in the mean. और क्योंकि हमने post hoc भी किया था, अब रोबस्ट टेस्ट भी यही बता रहे हैं, वेल्च भी यही बता रहा है, ब्राउन भी यही बता रहा है कि हाँ मीन में डिफरेंस था. देयर वाज अ डिफरेंस ऑफ मीन फॉर द मीन CGPA स्कोर्स. CGPA स्कोर के मीन में डिफरेंस. Post-op, look at post-op. In post-op, if you want to compare, look at the first box. Low versus medium. सिर्फ फर्स्ट बॉक्स ही देखना आपको. लो वर्सेस मीडियम. द पी वैल्यू इज 904. देखिए आपको 904 वैल्यू, पी वैल्यू. इज देयर एनी सिग्निफिकेंट डिफरेंस बिटवीन एलआईजी एंड एमआईजी? नो. एलआईजी और एमआईजी में सिग्निफिकेंट डिफरेंस नहीं है. लेकिन किसका मीन ज्यादा है, एलआईजी का कि एमआईजी का? एलआईजी का, क्योंकि मीन डिफरेंस इज पॉजिटिव. LIG minus MIG value is A minus B is equal to positive. That means A was greater. A minus B is equal to positive. A was greater. A LIG था, B MIG था, value mean difference is 0.028. That means LIG के बच्चों का मीन ज़्यादा था, लेकिन significant difference नहीं था. Low versus high, there is a big significant difference between LIG and HIG. और वैल्यू है -115. That means B was greater. A minus B is equal to minus. That means B was very very big and the value क्यों माइनस में आ गई? तो मीडियम और लो के बीच में तो चेक कर चुके हैं. मीडियम और हाई. मीडियम और हाई. Yes, there is a signal. So in one way ANOVA there are 3 t-tests also. So you can also test with post-op. आपको बस 3 t-test की वैल्यू ऐसे उठानी है. पहले उठानी है लो वर्सेस मीडियम, लो वर्सेस हाई, देन मीडियम वर्सेस हाई. दैट्स इट. बाकी सारी रैपिडिटी है, बाकी रिपीट है. 1 वर्सेस 2, 2 वर्सेस 3, 1 वर्सेस 3. 3 टी टेस्ट. सिर्फ मीन डिफरेंस और पी वैल्यू. मीन डिफरेंस, पी वैल्यू, मीन डिफरेंस, पी वैल्यू. सो वन वे ANOVA ही है. ठीक है. शैल आई मूव टू 2 वे ANOVA. जेंडर भी लेंगे और सोशल इकोनॉमिक लेवल भी लेंगे. ऑब्जेक्टिव नंबर 4. ऑब्जेक्टिव नंबर 4. इफ आई वांट टू चेक इंटरैक्शन इफेक्ट ऑल्सो. इंटरैक्शन इफेक्ट समझते हैं? जेंडर मल्टीप्लाइड बाय सोशो इकोनॉमिक लेवल. क्या ये सिग्निफिकेंट प्रेडिक्टर है मेरा? इफ आई वांट टू चेक जेंडर लीड्स टू CGPA, सोशो इकोनॉमिक लेवल लीड्स टू CGPA, और कंबाइंड इफेक्ट ऑफ सोशो इकोनॉमिक लेवल एंड जेंडर लीड्स टू CGPA. ठीक है. जैसे कि मैं बात करूं सर्विस क्वालिटी. The quality, let us say the quality is important to me. ठीक है. लेकिन प्राइस भी important है. Quality and price, these are 2 important parameter है. मैं फोन खरीद लूँगा. If quality and price together I am taking as an decision making criteria, तो क्या मैं वो देखूँ दोनों का combined effect? तो in that case you are supposed to switch to 2 way ANOVA. तो आपको 2 way ANOVA लगाना होगा. ठीक है. तो मैं जेंडर मल्टीप्लाइड बाय सोशल इकोनॉमिक लेवल अब हमारे को करके देखना है. सो जस्ट गो टू दी फाइल बैक अगेन. गो टू एनालाइज. गो टू एनालाइज. गो टू जनरल. जनरल लीनियर मॉडल and put the dependent variable here. Let me just expand. General linear model univariate. This is my level of achievement, CGPA. So I want gender and socio-economic level. These are my 2 factors. Gender has got 2 categories, socio-economic level has got 3 categories. That means one variable can cater to t-test, one variable can cater to one-way ANOVA also. Right? Gender was for t-test. Socio-economic level was for one-way NOVA. Now I have put both. Right? So there is no need to do anything into the model. Yes, this is important now for you. You have to tell the software that I am going to use gender as an IDV. Gender has got two categories. Put under horizontal axis and click on add. Write down this step, this is important. You have to tell the software that I am going to use gender as IDV to investigate so that CGPA of the students. Second is put socio-economic level. This is also going to be the second IDV and add into the list. Third is कैसे करना है इसको मैं रिमूव कर दूंगा. ये डाल दिया आपने. CGPA DV factors are 2. One has got 2 categories, one has got 3 categories. You have to click on plots and you have to tell that kindly add gender on horizontal axis. Put socio-economic level into horizontal axis and add. तो दो वेरिएबल्स आपने ऐड कर लिए. Why we apply two-way NOVA? We apply two-way NOVA to check the interaction effect of the two.
सर सोशल इकोनॉमी स्टेटस को कहाँ ऐड किया हमने?
Horizontal में.
सर वो दोनों के ऑप्शन नहीं आ रहे. ऐड का ऑप्शन. अच्छा.
नीचे ऐड का ऑप्शन है उसमें ऐड करना है.
नीचे ऐड करना है ना. नीचे लिखा है ऐड चेंज एंड रिमूव. Put it there, click on add. वो ऐड नीचे आने चाहिए, प्लॉट्स पे आने चाहिए. The next is gender into horizontal, socio-economic level into separate. अब इन दोनों को ऐसे ग्रुप करिए. Gender into horizontal, socio-economic into separate lines. हाँ, अब interaction factor. Now add. वैसे वर्षा भी कर सकते हैं. सो एक ही आएगा a multiplied by b और b multiplied by a. Now you see in the plots, is there an interaction term? Our objective is whether this interaction term is significant or not. क्या मैं combined effect, जैसे मैंने स्टडी करी और मैं पास हो गया, मेरे फ्रेंड ने स्टडी करी और वो पास हो गया, मेरे फ्रेंड और मैंने दोनों ने कंबाइंड स्टडी करी और पास हो गए. तो ज्वाइंट स्टडी सक्सेसफुल थी या इंडिविजुअल स्टडी सक्सेसफुल थी? अगर मेरा ऑब्जेक्टिव ज्वाइंट स्टडी को चेक करना है तो मैं टू-वे NOVA लगाऊंगा. पहले अपना, फिर फ्रेंड का, फिर ज्वाइंट. ठीक है. डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल इज द मार्क्स व्हाइल मैं और मेरा फ्रेंड, फिर मैं और मेरा फ्रेंड का कंबाइंड. ठीक है. इंटरेक्शन टर्म when you want to check for two vectors and their interaction, you can work with these things. Three plots. Levels, combination of the two. तो क्या ये इकट्ठे भी काम करते हैं? Whether they are investigating the phenomena in a joint effect also. तो मॉडरेशन में इसको हम इंटरेक्शन मॉडरेशन बोलते हैं. बट फॉर नॉमिनल एंड ऑर्डिनल डेटा यू कैन अप्लाई विथ टू-वे NOVA. तो दिस इज एज रॉबस्ट टेस्ट एज सैम. दोनों में कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि सैम बहुत बड़ी चीज होती है. टू-वे NOVA के साथ ही पेपर लोगों ने छापे बिकॉज दे आर पैरामीट्रिक. वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट मीन और इंटरेक्शन ऑफ डेमोग्राफिक्स. So if we have collected data about demographics, we can do a lot of wonders also. We can write a paper with age, gender, education, income. Demographics, or I have seen people are not saturating demographics. अभी तो काई स्क्वायर लगा के दिखाते हैं, वो पैरामीट्रिक है, नॉन पैरामीट्रिक दोनों ही है। काई स्क्वायर इज द ओनली टेस्ट व्हिच इज पैरामीट्रिक एंड नॉन पैरामीट्रिक। क्लिक ऑन पोस्ट ऑफ। पोस्ट ऑफ अभी हमने पोस्ट ऑफ किया था, किसका किया था? जेंडर का किया था कि सोशल इकोनॉमिक लेवल का किया था? Because it has got 3 categories, more than 2. So here we will put only socio-economic level into post-op because more than 2 तो इसी की थी categories, gender की नहीं थी. So now I can click LSD. तो 2-way नोवा में 1-way नोवा भी चल रहा है और 1-way नोवा में फर्दर 3 टेस्ट भी चल रहे हैं. तो पहले हमने T किया, फिर 1-way नोवा किया, अब 2-way में सारे इंक्लूडेड है, ऑल इंक्लूडेड. ठीक है? तो फनल अप्रोच छोटे से बड़े टेस्ट की तरफ आप जा सकते हैं. ये छोटा टेस्ट है आपका 1 सैंपल, फिर इंडिपेंडेंट, फिर अनोवा और फिर 2-way नोवा. सो LSD, क्लिक ऑन कंटिन्यू, ऑप्शंस, क्लिक ऑन ऑप्शंस. डिस्प्ले मीन्स फॉर ओवरऑल, जेंडर, सोशल इकोनॉमिक लेवल और इंटरेक्शन टर्म. सबके रिजल्ट्स हमें चाहिए. वी वांट रिजल्ट्स फॉर ऑल. ओवरऑल सैंपल का भी चाहिए, जेंडर का भी चाहिए, सेल्स का भी चाहिए और लेवल्स इनटू इंटरेक्शन टर्म्स का भी चाहिए. वी वांट डिस्क्रिप्टिव, तभी तो मीन आएगा. इसका मीन कितना है, इसका मीन कितना है, डिस्क्रिप्टिव. होमोजेनिटी टेस्ट, मीन भी चाहिए. होमोजेनिटी क्या सेम है? ऑप्शंस में जाना है. ऑप्शंस में आपको बताना पड़ेगा कि किसका डिस्प्ले लगाओ. यू नीड डिस्प्ले फॉर ऑल.
सर ये ओवरऑल तो क्या मतलब है?
पहले ओवरऑल करते
ओवरऑल सिर्फ CGPA इटसेल्फ, DV का, और देन फॉर जेंडर, देन फॉर सोशल इकोनॉमिक, देन फॉर इंटरेक्शन इफेक्ट. और सबके डिस्क्रिप्टिव चाहिए, चारों के. CGPA का भी डिस्क्रिप्टिव चाहिए. एंड वी नीड कि क्या इनमें होमोजेनिटी है कि नहीं. आई गेस दीज आर एनफ. स्प्रेड भी चाहिए, इफेक्ट तो छोड़ दो बात में. क्लिक ऑन कंटिन्यू. Click on continue and click on OK, and with these tables now you are fit enough for good deal of data analysis. This is 2-way NOVA. Now look at the table. Who is significant, who is insignificant variable? Gender is significant. Gender. The table is test of between subject effects. Whether gender is significant? No. Socio-economic level significant? Yes. Interaction term? No. That means out of the 3, we should focus on socio-economic level. It matters on this CGPA level of the students. जेंडर का सोशल इकोनॉमिक लेवल से कोई डेटा देना नहीं है. जेंडर मल्टीप्लाइड बाय SCS लेवल. टेस्ट ऑफ बिटवीन सब्जेक्ट इफेक्ट्स. Bring this table and then check the p value of gender, socio-economic level and gender into socio-economic level. This is the way you have to report for 2-way NOVA. बाकी सारी इसके अंदर वही चीजें हैं.
सर इसमें जो इंटरसेप्ट शो कर रही है, किस चीज का इंटरसेप्ट शो कर रहा है? जो ओवरऑल वैल्यू है. नहीं.
If all the 2 values, all the 3 values are 0, तो y is equal to alpha. तो कुछ ना कुछ तो फिर भी नंबर आएंगे. अगर इरिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ जेंडर को हम फैक्टर ना लें और इकोनॉमिक लेवल भी हम सोचें कि सब बच्चे सेम हैं, तो तब भी बच्चों का कुछ CGPA आएगा और वो पास हो. मिनिमम स्कोर है, वो पास हो जाएंगे और वो सिग्निफिकेंट है. इंटरसेप्ट इज सिग्निफिकेंट. जनरली इंटरसेप्ट इज नॉट इंटरप्रेटेड लाइक विद p value, but if we still have to understand what is intercept, when all IDVs are 0, then something is there in y is equal to I.
अगर x 0 होगा तो c का कांस्टेंट वैल्यू
कांस्टेंट वही होगी, मतलब कुछ ना कुछ सेल्स तो फिर भी होगी। जैसे पैंडेमिक में दुकानें बंद हो गई, लोग बाहर नहीं जा सकते थे, पैसे नहीं आ रहे, तब भी कुछ तो सेल कर रहे थे दुकानदार, घरों में मोहल्ले में कुछ ना कुछ तो बेच ही रहे थे। दैट इज सम सेल इज देयर। सो दिस इज फाइन, टू वे नो इज ओके। नीचे आपको मिल जाएंगे सारे वही रिपीट। यू कैन फाइंड इन टेबल नंबर 1 ग्रैंड मीन, टेबल नंबर 2 जेंडर का मीन, टेबल नंबर 3 सोशो इकोनॉमिक लेवल का मीन, टेबल नंबर 4 जेंडर इनटू सोशो इकोनॉमिक लेवल। टेबल नंबर 4 इज इंपॉर्टेंट। जस्ट सी टेबल नंबर 4, 1 2 3 तो बेसिक्स है। लुक एट 4 इन मेल्स, मेल्स के अंदर विच कैटेगरी हैज गॉट मोर मीन? हाई। और फीमेल्स में? इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि अमीर मेल्स और अमीर फीमेल्स इनके मार्क्स आते हैं, यही है ना? रिच मेल्स एंड रिच फीमेल्स, दैट इज व्हाई जेंडर वाज इनसिग्निफिकेंट वेरिएबल। मेल्स और फीमेल्स में कोई अंतर नहीं था, पढ़ते तो एचआईजी वाले ही, नंबर एचआईजी के आ रहे, तो वो भी अमीर मेल्स और अमीर फीमेल्स की आते। हाँ, ये एक मेजर वो जैसे खोद के निकालने वाली चीज है ना, कि डिग आउट करके, कि रिच फीमेल्स आर मोर इंटेलिजेंट देन रिच मेल्स। ओवरऑल बॉयज वर बेटर देन द गर्ल्स, ओवरऑल बॉयज वर बेटर देन द गर्ल्स इस डेटा में, लेकिन रिच लड़कियां फिर भी उनसे बेटर हैं रिच लड़कों से। गुड फाइंडिंग। ऐसी एलएजी में दिखा सकते हैं कि गरीब लड़कियां ज्यादा पढ़ती हैं, उनका मीन ज्यादा है 3.08, गरीब लड़के वो फिर नहीं बढ़ रहे, राइट? जबकि मिडिल इनकम के लड़के ज्यादा पढ़ते हैं। थ्री, और वो सबसे ज्यादा मतलब 3.455। सो कहाँ से वेरिएंस आ रही है? यहाँ से आती है। अगर आप भी देखिए मिडिल इनकम ग्रुप के लड़के, बॉयज, मिडिल इनकम ग्रुप में लड़कियाँ सबसे कम पढ़ रही हैं, वो सोशल मीडिया में ही है, नॉट स्टडिंग, ठीक है? तो आप तो हाई फीमेल्स भी होंगे ना, एचआईवी में फीमेल्स होंगे। यू आर नॉट इनटू मिडिल इनकम, यू आर इनटू हाई इनकम ग्रुप, right? So 2A NOVA is done. Fine. Now you see that the parametric are so robust test. Do we have time? This is 120. 130. Okay. We have got 10 minutes now. We will see now the contrast of parametric test. ये सारी चीजें हम नॉन पैरामीट्रिक में करने वाले हैं। अगर ये पैरामीट्रिक, अगर हम अनोवा भी नहीं लगा सकते, वी कैन नॉट अप्लाई टी टेस्ट। अगर दिन में काम नहीं कर सकते तो रात में काम कर सकते हैं। जो बंदा दिन में नहीं पढ़ता वो रात में पढ़ता है। तो दिस इज द ओनली डिफरेंस बिटवीन पैरामीट्रिक एंड नॉन पैरामीट्रिक, ठीक है? इसका मतलब रात में पढ़ना कोई गलत नहीं है। फाइन। सो नॉन पैरामीट्रिक में ये सारी चीज करेंगे इसी फाइल के साथ। मनोवा थोड़ा in MANOVA there are multiple dependent variables also. इसमें तो CGPA है, उसमें Y2 भी होगा, Y3 भी होगा, more than one, but independent dependent variables, आपस में रिलेटेड नहीं है, ठीक है? मनोवा में एक से ज्यादा डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल होगा। और आईडीवी में क्या होगा? मीट्रिक डेटा भी हो सकता है, नॉन मीट्रिक भी हो सकता है, राइट? तो मैं इसको लंच के बाद सेम करानी है ना, तो वो उसमें आई विल कवर व्हाई व्हेन टू अप्लाई सेम, व्हेन सेम इज आल्सो नॉट एप्लीकेबल, और मनोवा से काम चल रहा है, राइट? तो आईटी में थीसिस पढ़ी है मनोवा के साथ, This is the most commonly asked question in the panel in IP. Why you have a peg SEM? This could have been done with MANOVA also. So इसका आंसर यही है, MANOVA में मल्टीपल DBs होते हैं एंड दे आर इंडिपेंडेंट ऑफ ईच अदर, आपस में उनका रिलेशनशिप नहीं है. SEM में उनका भी रिलेशनशिप. दिस इज द ओनली डिफरेंस, इसलिए हमने SEM. So let us just come to this non-parametric aspect. Okay, so I guess online, if you have any queries, please tell me. I guess yes, Rupal madam. You can turn on your mic and tell me where is the query. Yes. So Shweta, I guess you are talking about MANOVA. We will discuss MANOVA and SEM post lunch, and why MANOVA is applicable, why MANOVA is not applicable. 95% confidence interval. What is lower bound and upper bound? Okay, Rupal, just have a look at the screen. This is the, look at this graph. Okay. Let me just take you to just have a look at this thing. -1 standard deviation, -2 standard deviation, -3 standard deviation, +1, +2 standard deviation, +3 standard deviation. I said alpha is 5%. Alpha is 5% and level of significance is taken at 5%. That means confidence interval is 95%. Right? 5% is the area of rejection. And at alpha 5%, the results are taken ±2 standard deviation like this. This is my acceptance region. This is my acceptance region. And this is 95% acceptance region. So this is my rejection region. Rejection region. So this is 2.5. That means from 0 to 2.5, this is the region. And from 2.5 to 95, this value comes here 97.5. And then rejection region comes here 97.5 to 100%. This is 2.5. This is rejection region. This is rejection region. So that is why the lower bound is called as 2.5% and upper bound is called as 97.5%. The value must fall in between the lower bound and upper bound. So this point is lower bound and this point is considered as upper bound. Because in these two bounds, your value should fall.
normal distribution के लिए.
Normal distribution के लिए. Right? Okay, Rupal. 95% is the confidence interval at which we check the level of alpha. Right? Rejection region 2.5, 2.5. Let me read any other query is there. MANOVA. Shweta said, are you using different data set? No, I am using the same data set, CGPA of the students. Okay, right. So let us come after the lunch and we will quickly move towards this non-parametric H test and U test. 5 मिनट लगेंगे अब जल्दी. Okay. We will reassemble by 2:30 online audience. multivariate normality. Let me show you how to check multivariate normality. I am sharing my screen. All of you can see what is to be checked into multivariate normality. Just have a look at the scenario. Now the screen is visible. Everybody just focus on the screen. I said that y is equal to alpha plus beta 1 x1. If we have one independent variable and one dependent variable, all of you should note down what I am writing that. Okay, this will help you. One dv, one idv, and dv is metric and idv is also metric. Metric means interval ratio. Then the tool which is applicable is simple regression. Simple regression means one IDV. Okay. Let us say customer satisfaction, this is customer loyalty. So you will apply what? You will apply simple regression. Okay. For example, if I take you to this file again, this is the standard file. Since morning we are applying that CGPA of the student. CGPA of the student is dependent upon performance goal, mastery, interest, anxiety. If I say regression has to be applied, then analyze and go to regression. Analyze and go to regression. We want regression to be linear regression, linear. And it will ask me what is my dependent variable. So dv is my CGPA, and I can say that performance goal is my independent variable. If one IDV is there, we are working with simple regression. It is a parametric test and we are going to work with this regression. But if I am working with more than independent variables, one, I am talking about multiple regression. Multiple regression. For example, if I add mastery of the subject, I add interest of the subject, I add anxiety level of the students. So these are four independent variables. I am talking about multiple regression. So in this case, if I if y is equal to alpha plus beta 1 x1 plus beta 2 x2 plus beta 3 x3, this is a scenario of multiple regression. Okay, multiple regression. Now, if this is metric and all these variables x1, x2, x3, they are metric, then I am talking about multiple regression. Okay. But if my variable, what I will get? I will get R square. I will get R square, coefficient of determination. What is the variance explained in dependent variable due to independent variable? That is a customer satisfaction. For example, R square is 0.40. This means 40% of the variance is explained in my loyalty due to customer satisfaction. If customers are satisfied, I can determine my loyalty to the tune of 40%, 60% maybe other variables. So rest of the variables will go into E, unexplained. But if here R square is 40%, so I need to understand this 40% is coming from which variable? Beta 1, beta 2 or beta 3. So this beta which we take for comparison, this is called as standardized beta. Standardized beta. Right? For example, this is apple, this is oranges, and this is banana. All the three fruits are different, but the three are fruits. I want to compare apple with oranges with banana. I cannot compare three different units. Apple is for 200 rupees, banana is 60 rupees kg, dozen. But still I want to compare A versus O versus B. In this case, I will use standardized beta. How I will use standardized beta? I will take x minus x bar, the price of apple minus the mean of apple divided by the standard deviation of apple. The series of apple, I will take the series of apple, I will take the mean, x minus x bar divided by standard deviation of apple. With this series, I will standardize the series. Now I can compare apple versus oranges versus banana. So this beta, for example, this beta is 0.80, this beta is 0.70, this beta is 0.50. So I can say apple is more robust and giving more variance into 40% R square. Apples are more significant, followed by oranges, followed by banana. So tomorrow, when you will listen the lectures, you will come to know you will be only handling multiple regression. Tomorrow's full day is on multiple regression, and you all will be dealing with metric data. Entire day is on metric data. You will be handling many independent and dependent variables. But if there is one dependent variable and others are independent variables and all are metric, you can compare all these two with the help of beta. I can add beta 4 x4 only and only if they are measured in binary number. Binary number, here in this case we have gender. Let me take you to the file again. This is file and I can take gender, but the condition is it must be 0 and 1. 1 and 2 nominal data we cannot apply, but 0 and 1 we can apply. So I can apply multiple regression with independent variable which is binary. The categories must be only 2, 0 and 1. 0, 1, 2 is not possible. Okay. So 0 and 1, this beta cannot be compared with other betas, because this beta will tell you that whether males or whether females are contributing to the R square of the model. This beta, apple beta, oranges beta and banana beta, they can be compared, but the beta of gender will not be compared with others. It will tell whether 0 is more active or 1 is more active. 0 means male, 1 means female. I have coded like this. So I can only tell with the help of beta. If the beta is minus, it is representing 0 category. Regression is a tool, parametric tool, which is applied on metric data only. But if I am taking non-metric data, I can take only if it is binary. So binary will tell that if the beta is minus, it is representing 0 category. Let us say 0 is male, that means I will say males are more active towards customer loyalty. Why is customer loyalty, let us say. Okay. So if the beta of gender is minus, it is representing 0 category. If beta is positive, it is representing 1 category. That means females are more active towards. Okay. Got it? Any variable, if it is binary, it is reported only in plus or minus. Minus beta, 0 category, plus beta, 1 category. Got it? This is multiple regression. I can take binary data into multiple regression. This is one aspect of multiple regression. So Simran is asking, if we have many independent variables, some are not normal, then what to do? See, Simran, we are going to work with dependent variables. Okay. In case of such multiple regression, we will not go for univariate normality, we will check multivariate normality. Just give me 5 minutes, I will take you to multivariate normality in a software. Free software, web power software. We will put our data and check whether multivariate normality is there. So in case of multiple independent variables, this software is web power. Okay. So in this case, we can check whether the multivariate normality is there or not. In the morning session, we have handled univariate normality of the DV. CGPA was normal or not, right? But now in multiple regression, we will go for multivariate normality test. Multivariate normality test, right? So this is multiple regression. Then the future of next type of regression. Just have a look at the screen. I am writing the next aspect of regression. If my dependent variable is non-metric, non-metric, you know what is non-metric? Non-metric is categorical data. Non-metric is categorical data. So if my y is non-metric, that means y is 0 and 1. Y is 0 and 1. India will win the match or India will lose the match. If this is my dependent variable and x, beta 1, x1, how many wickets in hand are there now? Wickets in hand. x1 is wickets in hand. Beta 2, x2, how many overs are left? Right? What is the batting order which is going on? x3. So if 7 wickets are down and 41st over, Shweta Goyal, please mute. So if I am looking forward for lose or win or lose, that means earlier my dependent variable was metric, but if my dependent variable is also non-metric, then I will not calculate R square. Then I will calculate probability of happening or non-happening of an event. Probability of happening or non-happening of an event, and in such a case, you will go for binary logistic regression. You will go for binary logistic regression. And instead of R square, you will calculate probability of happening or non-happening of an event. Yes, sir, because one PC is, you have to mute. Dell is the laptop. Yeah, thank you. So if my dependent variable is to check whether India will win or lose, whether people are using social media or non-social media, whether people are using artificial intelligence or people are not using artificial intelligence. If my objective is to check this, whether people are using chat GPT or not, I am checking the probability of using chat GPT or not for making assignments by the students. If this is the research paper you want to write, then you are not going to apply multiple regression, you are going to apply logistic regression. That is my objective. Logistic regression will tell you that there are only two options, 0 and 1. The visa experts in, if you see those who are applying visa for Canada or other countries, so they are only investigating through logistic regression whether the student will be granted visa or not. Student is coming up with what? Student is coming up with family income, his age, his marks. These are the variables with which he is coming. For example, for a visa expert, somebody is having an office in Rohini. So he might get 400 applications. That means he has got the 400 data. So he can check how many candidates will get visa out of 400 and how many will not be granted visa. So he will apply logistic regression. He will not apply multiple regression. He will check that anybody who is above 0.50 cutoff point, if somebody is falling here, this is the top line. This is the top line. 1 is absolute yes. 0 means absolute no. So if anybody who is above 50 will have the more probability of getting visa. Anybody who is here, person number B is here, that means his probability is less. This student must have less probability to be granted a visa. So in logistic regression, we get the probability of happening or non-happening of an event. So binary logistic is another objective if your dependent variable. Student will pass or fail. The faculty here can take the data from the past students, 5-year data of the students, those who have passed from this institute. They can check that with logistic regression, what is the probability of this batch who has just taken the admission in August? How many students will pass and fail? With the past 5 years data, you can check whose probability is above 0.50, they are likely to pass. And so logistic regression will give you probability for every student, and you can check whether students are going to pass or fail. So pass, fail, win, lose, social media, user, not user. So binary logistic is another word which you can apply in parametric test.
So what is probabilistic regression?
Probit is highest order of this binary. The another one is your Y can be having more than 2 categories, 0, 1 and 2. I mean 0 means India will lose the match and 1 means win the match, 2 means tie. It can tie also. So when the dependent variable is having more than 2 categories and you have independent variables, then you apply which variable? You apply multinomial logistic regression, because binary means 2 categories, multinomial means more than 2 categories. Again this will be what is the probability of happening or non-happening of an event. DB has more than 2 categories. So in regression there are 3 options in addition to regression: linear regression, multiple regression, binary, multinomial. If your dependent variable is variable like education, if your dependent variable is having more than 2 categories and the variables are UG, PG and PhD, these are the 3 categories of variables, and this is coded as 1, 2 and 3. So undergraduate, postgraduate and PhD, I can rank them also. So in such a case, when you have more than 2 categories of dependent variable and you can rank them also, then you apply ordinal logistic regression. So it is the type of variable which is available in front of the researcher. So ordinal logistic regression, multinomial logistic regression and binary logistic regression are the extensions of regression. You have to realize whether your DB was metric or non-metric. If it is metric, multiple regression. If it is non-metric, binary, multinomial or ordinal. These are the 2 outcomes which you can apply into the research. I am repeating it again. If your DV is 1 and it is metric, then simple regression. DV metric, IDV metric. Number 2, if you have 1 DV and it is metric and independent variables are also metric but they are more in number, multiple regression. You can apply binary data also, like gender. So gender can be included provided it is binary, but if the beta is minus, if the beta is positive, minus means 0 category, plus means 1 category, and 0 can be male, 1 can be female. So if beta is minus, males are more robust, males are having more variance, or if beta is positive, females are more inclined towards customer loyalty. So in binary you can only compare the 2 categories. But if your DV is non-metric and it covers 2 categories, then binary logistic regression is the only route, and you get what is the probability between 0 and 1. If Y is having more than 2 categories and it cannot be ranked, then multinomial logistic regression.
Sir, तो fast हुआ sir, धीरे sir.
Simple multiple is fine.
Yes.
Binary you have written. Your DV is having only 2 categories. And your DV is also one. One DV and DV is also categorical. Like yes, no. Yes, no is 2 categories. Yes means 1, no means 0. Visa will be given, visa will not be given. Right? Student will pass or student will fail. If I want to check whether they will pass or fail and we can check the probability of happening of an event, then binary logistic is the only solution. Your DV must be non-metric and it must have got 2 categories only. And they has to be 0 and 1. 0 means absence of the phenomena, 1 means presence of the phenomena. Binary logistic. Software will give you both options. But if DV is 1 and categories are more than 2, then multinomial logistic regression. Okay. But the third condition is the categories cannot be ranked. Categories are independent of each other. Winning, losing, tie, these are the 3 independent outcomes of DV. So if you see the screen, this option, my DV was 1, but the DV was having 3 categories and all the 3 categories are independent of each other. Then multinomial logistic regression is applicable. Every regression has different objective.
सर डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल के केस में कब डिपेंडेंट हो सकते हैं जो ये कैटेगरी ऐसे कोई एग्जांपल
Whether students, lot of people apply for NEET examination. So in quota, the coaching centers, they predict what is the probability of the student whether they will clear the NEET exam or not. They will check. They must have 10,000 students into quota. So they will check on the basis of past 5-year student data that with the regression line of binary logistic, whether this candidate has got a probability of 0.7 or 0.3. Anybody whose probability is 0.7 is likely to pass NEET examination. Some student might have probability of 80. He is more. So before, at the time of admission, they are able to check whether this profile is having probability of above 50 or below 50. So binary logistic regression will give you a regression line of the past year's data of my institute, and I will fill the data of the new student and I can find out that his probability 60, 30, 20, 80, 90. So for regression is a tool of forecasting. It will give you a regression line. In non-metric, you will get beta, you will get constant, you will get beta 2, you will get beta 3. And fill the data of current student, you will get the value, and that value might be 70, 50, 20, 30. So I must know in my class that what is the probability of this candidate. So I make sections accordingly. Right?
And even in medical fields, it will be very easy.
Yes, medical fields. Cancer survival is there or not. Whether this patient will live or die. What is the probability? So if I want to check on the basis of the demographics of the patient, I can check what is the probability that in stage 2 this patient will survive or not. In stage 4 we know that the probability of death is near. But in stage 1 and stage 2, this logistic helps. What is the probability that this candidate, this patient will survive? So the options are only 2. There are only 2 options. Win, lose, live, die, I can predict.
इंडिपेंडेंट होना चाहिए
Winning and losing are independent. But if there are more than 2 options, then I can say that I will investigate the same, but with multinomial logistic regression. But if I can rank them also, then ordinal logistic regression. So if you see this software, in software, this option which you are looking forward for is a classic case of multiple regression. You see, dependent variable is 1 and dv is metric, and independent variable is also metric, but gender was binary. So you need statistics, you need R square, you need descriptives. Just have a look at simple things. Model fit, R square, descriptives.
So regression के बाद में
Statistics. Click on statistics. अच्छा repeat करो. This was our file. We know that the achievement is CGPA. CGPA is dependent upon performance goal, mastery of the subject, interest of the student, anxiety level of the student, and there is a binary data gender also. I cannot take socio-economic level because it is 1 to 3, but I can take gender because it is coded 0 and 1. So go to analyze. If you see regression, you now can see binary logistic, multinomial logistic, ordinal logistic also. All the 3 variants are there also. Right? If my DV is metric, I will go for linear. If my DV is metric, I will go for linear regression. But if my DV is 0 and 1, I will click on binary logistic. If my DV has more than 2 categories, I will go for multinomial logistic. If my DV is having more than 2 categories and they can be ranked, then ordinal logistic regression. Okay. Priyanka, you need to mute your mic. Priyanka Saluja. So now we are working with linear. Click on linear. DV is 1. DV is 1. So you can put the level of achievements here. This is CGPA. If one independent variable is there, it is simple regression. DV, IDV, both are 1, 1 and both are metric, simple regression. But if the variables are more, I can call it as multiple regression. All are metric. I can take a variable which is nominal, but it is converted into binary. So I will only see whether the beta is minus or the beta is positive. I will only investigate what is the sign of beta. Minus beta means 0, positive beta means 1. 0 is male, 1 is female. So in statistics, we want confidence intervals. As you know, the p-value, acceptance region, the beta must fall into the confidence interval. I need R square, coefficient of determination. I need the basic descriptive statistics of the data. Assumptions, let me just take you later. And plots. You can see that we can draw histogram and normal probability plot. Normal probability plot, the residual must be normally distributed. In regression, the first assumption is residuals must be normally distributed. It is not the data. For example, astrologer says that tomorrow there will be rain, and tomorrow it actually rains. That means he is a good astrologer. Right? Every day there is a forecasting coming by an astrologer. If he says that tomorrow your day will be bad and this will happen to you, you might met with an accident. The sun sign, who is Virgo, they are going to meet an accident tomorrow. Take care. And he actually met with an accident. That means his prediction was good. Right? That means there is no error into his prediction. His actual prediction and the actual happening of an event both go inside. That means his error was less. But if he says that accident will happen and it happens that small, nail is there. There is small accident happen, दरवाजे के बीच में आ गया और छोटा accident हो गया, minor. That means he was forecasting something big, but I met with a very less. That means what he is saying and what has happened to me, there is large difference between. And if it never happens anything, that means the error, the prediction was less prediction was there and higher errors were there. So those errors must be normally distributed. That should also behave normally. So this normal probability plot will come for residual plot. Regression has got 4 assumptions. Regression has got 4 assumptions. The first assumption is residual must be normally distributed. So this has to be there. Number 2, there is no multicollinearity. Let me just write here, then I will continue with this slide. Regression has got 4 assumptions. Assumption number 1, residual must be normally distributed. Right? Y is equal to alpha plus beta 1 x1 plus E. Right? With this equation we get predicted Y. This Y is actual Y and this is predicted Y. Have you seen the line of best fit? Books में line of best fit का नाम सुना होगा. These dots are actual sales. These dots are actual sales. And I draw the line of best fit. Let us say 400 data sets of sales are there, and I have drawn the regression line. This is Y. So any difference between Y and predicted Y goes into residual E. This E must behave like this. Okay. If this E is not behaving like this, that means I am bound to apply known parametric test. This is parametric. So I have to understand whether this residual is behaving normally or not. So with this, so never ever say that in regression data is normally distributed. Data is not normally distributed. This error must be normally distributed. What is error? Some values are above the predicted line. Some are below. This is standard error. This is so if the astrologer is saying something and it is not happening, that means error will be higher and prediction forecasting is low. In stock market, if I say that the pharma sector stocks will rise tomorrow, if they rise, then I will become a person like Jhunjhunwala and I will become rich. Nobody is going to work anything, they will be engaged into this because their forecasting is good that tomorrow pharma sector shares will be high. So I will buy today in pharma sector and tomorrow I can earn 1 crore rupees or 100 crore rupees I can earn tomorrow. So in stock market, the 2% or 5% R square matters. It is very difficult to determine Bombay Stock Exchange. So 2 to 5% R square is also good R square because that will make you rich. Understand what is R square? So you need to find out which variable is contributing to Bombay Stock Exchange. All these finance people, they are working on this time series data with this forecasting of Bombay Stock Exchange and National Stock Exchange for different variables. And they get higher E. So error should be normally distributed. This is first assumption. And number 2 assumption is assumption number 2. There should not be multicollinearity. We work with related variables, but that correlation should not be so high. Should not be so high. Otherwise, it will create a lot of problems. So multicollinearity cannot be removed totally. Multicollinearity, I mean, if we say that I am not suffering from any disease, it is not, something is there, but within the tolerance levels. So that body can live with 80, 90 years or 100 years. So every body suffers from some disease, right? Even for a healthy person, there is something within the tolerance levels. Similarly, in regression, multicollinearity, because we work with related variables, so some correlation will be there, but high correlation should not be there. So we check whether the variance inflation factor is less than 5 or not. VIF is the formula which tells that it is well within the tolerance limit or not. Correlation is within the tolerance. What is VIF? What is the formula of VIF?
Is it 1 by 1 minus R square?
1 by 1 minus R square. So you calculate your R square and solve this formula. There will be some value. So this should not be more than 5. And liberally 10. Liberal method. Joseph Ayer's book is there. So multivariate data analysis. So in here book they have said that multicollinearity will be there. You cannot remove, but it should be less than 5. 1 upon 1 minus R should be less than 5, and if it is less than 5, you can say my regression is free from multicollinearity. Collinearity will be there, but tolerance limits. Assumption number 3. What is assumption number 3? Assumption number 3 is autocorrelation. You know the data of Bombay Stock Exchange? That is say Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Bombay Stock Exchange. That is say 78,000, 78,500, 76,000, stock crashed, 77,000, 1,000 up, and 77,500 market closes. Every day's Sensex is dependent upon previous day. Previous day. What was the previous close? What is the previous close? That means every data has some correlation. Every error has some correlation with the previous year, previous date. Same is with the gold prices. Today's gold prices is also related to the past gold prices. पहले कितना था, कल कितना था, पिछले हफ्ते कितना था, पिछले महीने कितना था. What was the gold price of last year? What is the gold price of last 10 years? What is the gold price of last 20 years? Gold is one commodity which is, forever kind of metal which people are going to apply. So in a time series data, the problem of multicollinearity exists. In cross-sectional, multicollinearity is not an issue, because we are collecting data for a particular period of time, 2 months, 3 months. So when we collect data for 20 years, 30 years, 15 years, 5 years, then you have to investigate that autocorrelation should not be there. Autocorrelation is written AC. AC should not be there. In cross-sectional research, these two are investigated. My residual should be normally distributed and there should not be multicollinearity of the variables. Last one is assumption number 4, heteroscedasticity. My error, this error should be a dead error. Residual, you see that the residual is there. What I am saying and what I am predicting, there is something gap is there. That gap is error, residual. That residual should be a dead residue. If the residual is volatile, variance should be zero. If it is volatile, if it behaves like this, that means something is there in the residual which I have not collected as independent variable and I have missed some important variables. My error should be a dead error. Variance should be minimum. So plus minus 3 standard deviation, right? That is the maximum tolerance limits with which it can go. So if it goes beyond plus minus 3 limits, then there is a problem of heteroscedasticity. This problem exists when you are dealing with the panel data. Panel data means you are investigating 100 companies for 5 years. 100 companies. 20 companies of textile, 20 of pharma, 20 of auto sector. 5 sectors you have taken and 100 companies are there and last 5 years data. 5 years means time series, 100 companies means cross-sectional. When time series plus cross-sectional data is there, it is called as panel data. In panel data, we handle the problem of heteroscedasticity. There should be homoscedasticity. For example, BRICS nation. What is BRICS? Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. These are 5 countries. If I collect the data for the last 20 years, how BRICS has performed in the last 20 years for some independent variable and the dependent variable. So I am going to work with panel data. 5 countries, 20 years and some independent variables. So in such a scenario, we have to investigate whether the residue has some volatility or not. It should be dead. So in regression, all the 4 are going to be investigated, and the option is given straight away. You see that first is over there. Standardized residual plots. Residual should be normally distributed. When we will get the output, you will get the residual. Are they normally distributed or not? Continue. In statistics, collinearity diagnostic, multicollinearity will be investigated by collinearity statistics. It will give you VIF value. Multicollinearity, assumption number 2 is going to be investigated here. Assumption number 1, plots. Assumption number 2, collinearity, you will get VIF. You have to say it is less than 5. Durbin-Watson is going to check autocorrelation. Autocorrelation. Although it is cross-sectional, but still, write down. The range of autocorrelation is plus minus 4. And the ideal Durbin-Watson statistics should be
minus 2 plus
2. Minus 2 plus 2. 2. The value is 2, it can be minus 2 plus 2. The total range is 4. The statistics, Durbin-Watson statistics is 4, and 2 is supposed to be an ideal value, which will state that there is no problem of autocorrelation even in my cross-sectional range. Right? Fine. Continue. In plots, I have given you a PPT running and interpreting multiple regression in SPSS. These options which I am telling you now, I have made a screenshot of every box and given in this PPT. Right? All the screenshots I have applied here, so you can see. For example, where is the regression? So this is the screenshot. What to put under dependent variable, what to put under independent variable. Next screen, you need to click on statistics, click on model fit, you need collinearity, right? If you want to check on collinearity, you will get VIF. You can check outliers also. Outlier option is also there. Anybody who has got more than 3 standard deviation, software will give you that this person is outlier. You can click on histogram and normal probability plot. We have clicked on this thing. Okay. But hetero, fourth assumption is hetero. You want to check whether your residue is dead or not, variance is there or not. Just see what is there in Y, what is there in X. The studentized residue. Residue is plotted on Y-axis. Y-axis. Residue is plotted on Y-axis. And what is plotted on X-axis? This is predicted Y. Predicted Y. These are 2 things which you have to plot. Let us go to the software again and go to plots again. What is to be put under Y? Residue. S studentized residue. And what is to be predicted on X? You need predicted Y. One is actual Y, one is predicted Y. Always remember the case of astrologer. One is actual, one is today, what he is saying. I mean today is 25, This is actual Y. 26th of July is predicted Y. Right? So this predicted Y. So with this you are going to get whether your residue is normally distributed or not. Go to continue. Option is okay. If there is no options, save. You need to save the predicted values, standardized, unstandardized, and residue, both residue. Okay, so click on OK. Now you should see that this is the case of regression. Today we are dealing with multiple regression. Tomorrow structural equational modeling will be handled. SAM will be handled. SAM comes after this multiple regression. Okay? And for metric data it will happen. Entire day you will be dealing with multiple regression and you will be dealing with metric data only. So this is model summary. You only need to report R square. What is R square? Look at model summary. R square is 41. 41.2. 41.2. I have determined variance in CGPA due to these 5 variables. Mastery of the subject, interest level of the students, all the 5 variables I have entered. Fine. So whether the p-value is less than 5% or not. Just see, p-value is less than 5%. So I will say that what is null hypothesis in regression? What is the null of regression? This regression, multiple regression.
The beta value is not equal to.
That is for coefficient. For regression model, entire model.
There is no relationship between predicted and actual.
Difference, are we checking difference? No. Relationship is correlation. Impact. Mastery leads to CGPA. Interest leads to CGPA. Anxiety level leads to CGPA. So there is no impact of independent variables on the CGPA of the students. There is no impact. If I say relationship, I am talking about correlation. If I am saying association, I am talking about chi-square test.
Can be
Influence also. Right? So 41.2 and model is significant. Model is significant. Just focus only on coefficient. Just focus on coefficient. Let me just paste it into Excel. Now I guess the screen is more visible to you. Look at the p-value. Look at the p-values. Which p-value is significant? Performance goal is significant. That means performance goal is significant and the p-value is less than 5%. Right? It is important variable. Mastery of the subject is important. Yes. Interest of the subject. Yes. Anxiety is not. But if the teacher focuses on anxiety, he is wasting his time. Anxiety is not an important predictor of CGPA here in this data set. So what is the beta of gender? Minus represents 0 category. 0 means males. That means males have got more CGPA. वही हमने निकाला था शुरू में सुबह. Males, boys were better than the girls. So minus का बीटा males की तरफ है और males are more gaining the CGPA in comparison to females. If beta was positive, that is females का score ज़्यादा है CGPA में. So for binary data, we only compare with the sign. But is there any significant difference? The answer is no. The answer is no. There are two variables are insignificant. Two variables are insignificant, but three are significant. Which is the most important? Which is the most important variable? Which mastery? How you have investigated that this is rank 1? Which beta value? There are two beta values. One beta is unstandardized beta, another beta is standardized beta. This is unstandardized beta, this is standardized beta. We do ranking with standardized beta. Remember always that standardized beta is applied to rank the variables. There are two types of beta. This is applied for ranking. And what is the purpose of unstandardized beta? Line of best fit बनाते हैं. Line of best fit is prepared with unstandardized beta. This is used for forecasting. Line of best fit किससे बनती है? Unstandardized beta से, right? And ranking is done with standardized beta. So now you see, mastery is having beta of 357. You must have used 325. It is not. You have to see 357. This is rank 1. 276, rank 2. 153, rank 3. And anxiety level, rank 4. This is multiple regression. And this is not correlation. This is checking the impact of A variable on B. The total variance was, coefficient of determination was 41%. But who is contributing more to that 41%? Mastery, followed by interest, followed by performance score, and then anxiety. So a faculty has to focus first on mastery of the subject. So which variable I have to focus first?
बीटा कोएफिशिएंट माइनस में है प्लस में, तो माइनस और प्लस ऐसे कितने रैंकिंग कैसे करें?
पॉजिटिव एंड नेगेटिव ऑर्डर में, हाईएस्ट पॉजिटिव तो हाईएस्ट नेगेटिव, और रिपोर्ट करना है तो अनस्टैंडर्डाइज्ड, दैट 1 यूनिट चेंज. फॉर एग्जांपल मास्टरी को मैं रिपोर्ट कर देता हूँ. स्टैंडर्डाइज इज फॉर रैंकिंग, बट हाउ टू रीड अनस्टैंडर्डाइज्ड? If 1 unit of mastery is increased, आपका लेवल 35 से 36 कर दिया, आपकी मास्टरी बढ़ गई 1 यूनिट, तो CGPA कितना बढ़ जाएगा? 0.32 बेसिस पॉइंट्स पे CGPA इंक्रीज हो जाएगा. आपका अगर CGPA 6 है तो वो हो जाएगा 6.25. अगर टीचर आपकी क्लास में एक्स्ट्रा कोचिंग करके आपका 1 यूनिट मास्टरी बढ़ा देता है तो आपका CGPA कितने से बढ़ जाएगा? 3 to 5 बेसिस पॉइंट्स पे CGPA बढ़ जाएगा. बट इफ टीचर फोकस ऑन दिस इंटरेस्ट, तो 1 यूनिट इंटरेस्ट बढ़ाने में CGPA कितनी बढ़ जाएगी? 19 बेसिस पॉइंट CGPA बढ़ जाएगी. बट परफॉर्मेंस गोल हैज गॉट इनवर्स रिलेशनशिप. अगर हम परफॉर्मेंस गोल के ऊपर काम करेंगे तो CGPA कम हो जाएगा. तो इसका इनवर्स रिलेशनशिप, 1 यूनिट ऑफ परफॉर्मेंस गोल अगर हम बढ़ाएंगे, अनरीजनेबल गोल सेट कर देंगे किसी का, तो उसकी CGPA 0.01 बेसिस पे गिर जाएगा. कई स्टूडेंट्स होते हैं उनका गोल जबरदस्ती बढ़ा देते हैं, नहीं तेरे को ये भी करना है, ये भी कर, वो भी कर. In that case, when we unnecessarily increase 1 unit of performance goal, CGPA drops. ये बच्चे कह रहे हैं, isn't it? तो माइनस बीटा को ऐसे रिपोर्ट करना है, 1 यूनिट इंक्रीज दिस मच बेसिस पॉइंट्स CGPA will decrease. पॉजिटिव है 1 यूनिट इंक्रीज, इतना यूनिट इंक्रीज, तो पॉजिटिव बीटा, नेगेटिव बीटा.
सर यही चीज सेल में IPA में क्यों करते हैं? इम्पोर्टेंस परफॉर्मेंस हम मैच करते हैं दोनों,
वो कुछ और. IPM is different. that we compare who are important, who are performing. उसमें दो indices काम करते हैं, इसमें एक ही.
और दूसरी चीज़ अगर हम रिग्रेशन रिजल्ट की जो फाइनल इक्वेशन बनाएंगे
हाँ.
तो वो हमारी अनस्टैंडर्डाइज्ड होगी.
Unstandardized पे होगी. Let me make regression equation also for all.
ऐसा लास्ट पार्ट ऑल्सो हमारा ऐड कर दिया है इसमें, जहाँ पे हमारा सिग्निफिकेंस वैल्यू या की वैल्यू ज़्यादा आया है, क्या हम उसको भी रिग्रेशन इक्वेशन में डालेंगे?
Significance, हाँ. Okay. Standardized, you know that standardized x minus x bar divided by my standard deviation. I can do standardization, I can compare. I can compare faculty with the student, intelligence level of faculty with the student. Provided standardized score of faculty and standardized score of students are there, then I can compare. Although they are incomparable, but with their standardized score of intelligence, we can compare. Right? But forecasting line of best fit is created like y is equal to 2.357 constant. This is constant. Now you know where the value of constant is coming. Okay. Constant is this. Constant is 2.357. Forecasting and line of best fit is created from this box. Y is equal to 2.357. Next beta is what? Minus. So I will write minus 0.010 and in the bracket I will write performance goal. Next beta is positive plus 0.325 multiplied by mastery plus 0.198 interest of the student minus 0.023 into anxiety of the student minus 0.235 gender. Okay. From the last year class, this is the class of 60. I have now created a regression line. Now this class, which this class is going to come, I can forecast in August itself. What will happen to this? The behavior of the students of this institute is captured into this equation. Now if I put this year batch, student number, roll number 1, and roll number 1 was a female. Okay. Roll number 1 was a female. She came and she is granted roll number 1. I want to check what will be the probable CGPA of this roll number 1. So I will use this equation. I will write like y is equal to, now I have to see what is the metric for goal. Goal is into 0 to 100. You see, goal is into 32, 32, 60. Goal was rated under 0 to 100. For example, this girl says that my goal, she says my goal is 50. Out of 0 to 100, my goal is 50. I have made my goal which can capture it up to my capacities of 50. 0 to 100, 50. Next is mastery of the subject. Mastery of the subject is rated between 0 to 10. Interest 0 to 10. Anxiety 0 to 10. So remember these three parameters. She says that my mastery is 7. She says my mastery is 7.0. And she says I have very good high rate of interest level in the studies. She said 8.0. I have got very good interest. And then she says my anxiety levels are very less. 2 is my anxiety level. And she is a female. She is a female, so she will be put as 1. If he was a boy, then 0. If male, then 1. If male, it is 0. For female, it is 1. Now solve this equation, you will get the CGPA of this roll number 1. So the regression line is applied to forecast the future. Regression is meant to forecast the future. Last 5-year data, this is 60 students data. Last 5 years data can give you a regression equation, and you can put, this is how visa agents, they have got 10,000 students in their clients. So they make regression equation, and whenever new client comes, they put the data of the new student, and they know that this is the probability. They already know the probability. Then they try to catch that person. Ranking. Which parameter I have to work first in order to
Equation also getting the weight of a particular parameter. A particular weight is large. That is, that particular parameter is actually has a weight in
greater influence. So that means this is what she will get. Okay, she will get. But if I work on this candidate more, which variable I have to work more? Mastery. I have to work on mastery now. So control C. Let me just put it here. Control V. If I work on mastery and I improve the mastery from 7 to 9, this girl seems to be intelligent. If I improve her mastery from 7 to 9, CGPA will robustly increase. But if I work on anxiety, it's not going to increase. My objective is to increase CGPA. So I have to work on mastery first. Then her CGPA will considerably increase. What she is expecting right now from her requirement, this third question, I am working on now my mastery. So I will train my faculty, improve mastery of this subject. From 7, she says 7, it should be 9. The result will be greater CGPA. So this is how Sachin Tendulkar kind of people are fully. If they have got 94 centuries, how to get 95th century, which is difficult. A topper who is getting 95%, it is very tough to improve to 95, 96. But a normal student, 40% marks, he can get 65%. Case-wise regression forecasting is done. Forecasting is done case-wise. You have got new class. Will you not forecast 60 students? They are your client. So overall on 60 clients, I have to work mastery. Overall on my clients who is coming to this class, I have to overall work on mastery first, then interest, then performance goal. But if you see, when I will work on this, for all the 60 students, their CGPA will improve. But if I work on interest first or anxiety level, I avoid psychologist, I am wasting my time. It's not going to help a lot. Anxiety is only, you can say, and moreover it is an insignificant variable. Nobody should work on insignificant variables. Work on significant variables.
सर यहाँ पे एंजाइटी और टेंशन की जो वैल्यूज थी वो हायर, उसका कुछ इस इक्वेशन पे इम्पैक्ट पड़ता है.
The best regression equation will be excluding anxiety and general level.
तो उनको अगर हटा देंगे
तो और अच्छी इक्वेशन बनेगी. ये टोटल इक्वेशन है. Red values are, you can skip them for forecasting. तो significant बताना चाहिए. Yellow ones. हाँ जी. Yes, then CGPA will own, that means I am working only on the productive variables. On unproductive variables, it's not going to help a lot. इनके बिना भी मेरी CGPA आ जाएगी. They are insignificant variables. Gender is not, male and female are same, or boys are slightly better than girls, slightly better than girls. So this is all about regression. Okay.
उस केस में अगर हम दोनों हटाते हैं तो हमारा आंसर इम्प्रूव हो जाएगा.
CGPA improve हुआ, DB, dependent variable में तो काम हो रहा है. हमारा objective R square तो improve होगा ही होगा, but the most important is my CGPA. That will be improved. हाँ तो वो तो सबके लिए अपनी जो थ्योरी बन गई, फिर तो अब थ्योरी बन गई वो सबको बांट दो.
इसके बाद आगे फ्यूचर काम नहीं होती है.
Then you are the Adam Smith.
नेचुरल प्राइसिंग मॉडल्स हैं, उसमें जो रिग्रेशन हम यूज़ करते हैं उसमें मेरी फोकस आर्ट्स के ऊपर नहीं है। उसमें सारा का सारा जितने भी पेपर्स हैं
सिग्निफिकेंट
उसमें सारे अल्फा के ऊपर फोकस है कि अल्फा पॉजिटिव है नेगेटिव है क्या है, उसमें सारा फोकस ही अल्फा के ऊपर होगा, आर्ट्स के ऊपर फोकस नहीं है।
Okay. For example, now just see on the screen. Everybody should see on the screen. Let us say quality of the product. If my product is iPhone, it has got some quality. That means it is leading to customer satisfaction, right? Customer satisfaction is leading to customer loyalty, right? Good quality of the product generates trust level of the users. With higher trust, they are also loyal to the organization. Quality also drives. iPhone user will definitely go to next buy of iPhone also, right? If somebody has got iPhone 12 version, he will buy iPhone 17 version. Definitely, because quality is tremendous. Good is quality. Sony. So such kind of brands. So now, this is my Y1. Okay. This is my Y2. And this is my Y3. Am I having 3 dependent variables? Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. This is my, I guess somebody has to mute. Then these are called as latent variables. Latent variable means unobserved variables. We measure them with the items. Okay. So customer satisfaction is by X1, trust is by X2, quality is by X3. There are 3 dependent variables and there are 3 independent variables also. X1 is customer satisfaction, X2 is trust, X3 is quality. There are 3 dependent variables and there are 3 independent variables. And trust is also acting as a mediator. Customer satisfaction is also acting as a mediator. Team relationships हो गए. Customer satisfaction is acting as Y2. It is also acting as X1. It is also acting as a mediator. In such a relationship, we are supposed to go for SEM. SEM is nothing but higher order of regression. It is nothing but regression. Nothing but regression. You have to check residue should be normally distributed. You have to check multicollinearity. These are the 2 things in cross-sectional study which you have to report. Your focus is on R square of loyalty. Researchers are happy to get 3 R squares. Trust ka R square, customer satisfaction R square. Not required. It's a loyalty model. It's a loyalty model. You have to say, I am working on loyalties. Your title of the research paper should be written on loyalty. People are happy with writing variables of IDV, but it's a loyalty model. R square, forecasting, prediction, everything is to be done on loyalty. It's a loyalty model. So remember, when SAM is applied, when there are multiple dependent variables, how many are Y1, Y2, Y3, and they are related to each other. Can you see the relationship?
Yes.
What is the relationship? Trust is leading to loyalty. Satisfaction is leading to loyalty.
And quality leads to customer
Quality is independent. It is not dependent. It is only independent.
relationship dependent.
Trust also leads to customer satisfaction. If I have got high trust, I will be more satisfied, right? So literature will suggest you whether customer satisfaction leads to trust or trust leads to customer satisfaction. In Scopus.com, you have to put the variables like trust and customer satisfaction. You will get research papers. You have to read those research papers and find out whether trust leads to satisfaction or satisfaction leads to trust. I am creating this diagram to represent that A leads to B. But the hypothesis number 1, that quality leads to this one. Quality leads to customer loyalty. This is hypothesis number 1. You are the one who are supposed to find out from Scopus.com and find out what is the hypothesis. What is the relationship of quality and loyalty? You will tell. Because you are the one who is going to write a paragraph, 15 lines, 20 lines you are going to write, and you have to mention 8 to 10 papers into that paragraph. You have to write a paragraph and the name of the paragraph will be quality and loyalty. So you will find out research papers, 8 to 10 research papers. You have to mention what literature is saying and what has been done by others in quality and loyalty. Then you will say, on the basis of these papers, I am hypothesizing that quality leads to customer loyalty. एक मैं पैराग्राफ पढ़ के बता देता हूँ. This is one paper on celebrity endorsement and stock investment intentions, right? Celebrity, how celebrities like Amitabh Bachchan is coming and how they are affecting the investment decisions. Look at this one paragraph. This one paragraph, how it is written, 15 to 20 lines. Stock selection by retail investor is often the first step while making investment decision in a financial market. This paper has said this thing. I have borrowed this line as a conclusion, moral of the story from this research paper. This is a gross line. Funnel approach, have you understood what is funnel? बड़ी से छोटा करते जाते हो. तो सबसे पहले ग्रॉस बात करते हैं. सबसे पहले यू टॉक अबाउट द ग्रॉस थिंग्स. दैट स्टॉक सिलेक्शन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है फाइनेंशियल मार्केट्स के लिए. तो जायोवा ने बोला था ये. The investors try to evaluate many parameters like type of industry, analyst की क्या रिपोर्ट है, कंपनी मैनेजमेंट कैसी है. तो हुआंग और जायोवा ने ये बोला, मैं फाइनेंशियल रेशियोज भी पढ़ के इन्वेस्टमेंट करता हूँ. ठाकुर ने बोला टू फैसिलिटेट स्टॉक सिलेक्शन प्रोसेस. छोटी बात हो गई. In this regard, there is a dearth of literature assessing the impact of celebrity endorsement and the products endorsed are investigated on the financial implications for retail investor. बड़ी कम रिसर्च हुई है कि सेलिब्रिटी कैसा लॉन्च किया कंपनी ने, टाटा मोटर्स ने, और मैंने टाटा मोटर्स में इन्वेस्टमेंट कर दी. सेलिब्रिटी, you see, Maruti Baleno is launched by रणवीर सिंह. That too, फाइनेंशियल मार्केट जब नीचे गिर रही है, इसका मतलब मारुति में बात थी कुछ, उनके फाइनेंशियल्स अच्छे थे. ये बहुत अच्छा सिग्नल है. गिरती हुई मार्केट में आप बैलिनो को लॉन्च कर रहे हो विद रणवीर सिंह, जो कि उस टाइम पे सुपर हिट चल रहा था. दैट मींस अ गुड साइन. आई शुड इन्वेस्ट इन टू मारुति. तो ये ऐसी रिसर्च बड़ी कम हुई है. तो जहाँ हुई भी है तो वो है बिंग, ये दूसरे कंट्रीज में, कैन, प्रेंटिस एंड जैंग ऑस्ट्रेलिया में, ये दुनिया के कंटेक्स्ट में. फिर celebrity can send a positive signal to people like me and you, retail investor, that the firm is financially sound. मुझे ये बहुत देखने की बात है कि फर्म साउंड है, क्योंकि उसमें तो रणवीर सिंह, अमिताभ बच्चन आ रहे हैं, सचिन तेंदुलकर आ रहे हैं, राइट, विराट कोहली को मैं लेकर आ रहा हूँ एडिडास के लिए. सो सेलिब्रिटी कैन गिव अ पॉजिटिव सिग्नल एंड दस दे कैन इन्वेस्ट इनटू ब्लू चिप कंपनीज. तो ब्लू चिप कंपनीज के ऊपर ये स्टडी है, ग्रोथ स्टॉक्स के ऊपर ये स्टडी है, हाई बीटा स्टॉक्स के ऊपर है, और सीजनल स्टॉक्स के ऊपर ये है. ये मेरे 4 इंडिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल्स हैं. माय कंस्ट्रक्ट नेम इज स्टॉक सिलेक्शन, और इसकी 4 आइटम्स कौन सी हैं? चिप कंपनी, ग्रोथ स्टॉक्स, हाई बीटा स्टॉक्स, सीजनल स्टॉक्स, और ये यहाँ से लिए गए हैं. The present study intends to measure final response of investor towards stock selection on the basis of financial health and brand image. These signals, जो ये सेलिब्रिटी से सिग्नल आ रहा है, इससे मैं कॉर्पोरेट के रिजल्ट को प्रोजेक्ट कर सकता हूँ और इनमें इन्वेस्ट कर सकता हूँ. तो क्लार्क मर्फी ने ऑस्ट्रेलिया में ये बोल दिया है. Therefore, I also hypothesize that celebrity endorsement influence the stock selection of retail investors. कहानी बिल्ड करनी है आपको, बड़ी बात से छोटी बात से छोटी बात से आते therefore, so 8 to 10 papers are good enough in one paragraph. And every story has to be sold like a hot story. अगर 7 हाइपोथेसिस है, सातों को आप चाहे 1 महीना लीजिए, 3 महीने लीजिए, but all the 7 hypotheses must be good hypothesis. पेपर इस पे एक्सेप्ट और रिजेक्ट होगा. ठीक है? अगर यहीं पर आप फंबल करके then you are gone. फिर कोई आपकी स्टोरी पढ़ेगा ही, इंट्रोडक्शन में आगे नहीं पढ़ेगा, यहाँ तक भी नहीं आएगा. So now you see these papers and see how we build these stories. ये स्टोरी कुक करने में, बनाने में आपको पेपर पढ़ने की जरूरत है. तो स्कोपस में आप वर्ड डालिए स्टॉक सिलेक्शन एंड सेलिब्रिटी एंडोर्समेंट, यही मेरा पेपर है. So any paper if you want to study, you have to study like this. Then you say कि मैंने हाइपोथेसिस बनाया, क्वालिटी लीड्स टू कस्टमर लॉयल्टी. तो क्वालिटी और लॉयल्टी के बारे में बात करिए. किसकी स्टडी, अगर स्मार्टफोन के ऊपर कर रहे हैं तो स्मार्टफोन की दुनिया में क्या काम हुआ, किन वेरिएबल्स पे काम हुआ, किन पे काम नहीं हुआ, और दुनिया क्या कर रही है. इसलिए मैंने हाइपोथेसिस कर दिया कि क्वालिटी से लॉयल्टी. तो ये एक कहानी बनाने के लिए यू हैव टू read papers, download papers and make a story like the best story of thirsty town. वो आज तक की बेस्ट स्टोरी है क्योंकि बहुत अच्छे से लिखी गई है और उसका मॉरल भी बहुत अच्छा है. Where there is a will, there is a right. तो hypothesis is a moral of the story and you have to cook the story. तो ये जब ऐसा सिनेरियो आता है तो आपका लगता है सेम. But if Y1, Y2, Y3 are not related to each other, then you apply maneuver. Maneuver is the test which is an alternative test when trust, customer satisfaction और loyalty का आपस में लेना देना नहीं है. अगर मैं इसी डायग्राम को ऐसे बनाऊं, just see if I create the diagram, customer loyalty, customer satisfaction and trust. तो क्वालिटी है और एक और वेरिएबल है x, क्वालिटी एंड y. लेट अस से दिस इज परसीव्ड ईज ऑफ यूज, दिस इज परसीव्ड यूटिलिटी. इफ आई से ये इसको भी लीड करता है, इसको भी लीड करता है, ये इसको भी लीड करता है. क्वालिटी से ये 3 बनते हैं, इससे ये बनता है, इससे ये बनता है, इससे ये बनता है. देन आई विल गो फॉर maneuver. But loyalty, satisfaction and trust are not related to each other. My independent variables are leading to the 3 dependent variables, but 3 independent variables are independent of each other. In such a scenario, maneuver लगेगा.
इसमें सैम भी यूज करते
नहीं. इसमें कस्टमर लॉयल्टी और 3 सिंपल रिग्रेशन, मल्टीपल रिग्रेशन से आप तो 3 मल्टीपल रिग्रेशन लग जाएंगे. उससे भी काम हो जाएगा.
सैम में तो हो सकता है, मान लो
सैम में हो सकता है, बट उसका कोई
मतलब हो तो सकता है.
हाँ पर्पस नहीं साफ होगा, करेक्ट नहीं है वो. यू कैन ऑलवेज बी चैलेंज वाई यू हैव नॉट वर्क लाइक एक्स, क्वालिटी एंड परसीव्ड यूटिलिटी. लगाओ 3 रिग्रेशन इक्वेशन, बट आपको इकट्ठे इसको लेके इन तीनों को भी मेजर करना है तो देन बनो. बट इफ द सिनेरियो सेज दैट ये भी आपस में रिलेटेड है, देन structural equational modeling. So tomorrow is your day for structural equational modeling.
So coming back to this mediation one, जब hypothesis एक direct relationship का बना, quality to customer loyalty वो direct है, एक quality to trust बनेगा और फिर trust to customer loyalty बनेगा. अब यहाँ पे तो चलो साथ साथ दिख रहा है कि mediation है, अगर literature इस mediation को support ना कर रहा होता.
श्वेता मैडम, मैं बताता हूँ इसका. इन maneuver you can also take demographics. The best part of maneuver is you can also take demographics. but in binary data. Okay? You can take demographics. That is the best part. You can take metric data as well as non-metric data. दोनों डेटा आप ले सकते हैं इसके अंदर मेनोवा के अंदर. But in SIM, you can take like gender. But gender has to be coded 0 and 1 and gender on loyalty as a control variable, not as ID. While controlling the effect of gender, how trust satisfaction. So इसमें hypothesis कितने बनेंगे? Let us say hypothesis number 1, quality से कितने एरो जा रहे हैं? 3, right? So you will write H1A, H1B, H1C. Quality से customer loyalty, quality to trust, and quality to customer satisfaction. Then H2A, H2B. Trust leads to customer loyalty and trust leads to customer satisfaction. और कितने बन रहे हैं? Customer satisfaction से जा रहा है कुछ? H3 customer satisfaction to customer loyalty. Now refer to hypothesis number H4. H4 का मतलब है quality leads to trust and trust leads to customer loyalty. ठीक है? Mediation. This is H4E. Then you write H4B. Quality leads to customer satisfaction, leads to customer loyalty. This is a H4 will be a hypothesis for mediation. ठीक है? Mediation. And there is a fifth hypothesis also, H5. वो क्या है?
Quality to trust
to customer satisfaction to customer loyalty. This is hypothesis for mediation and this is hypothesis for serial mediation. Right? Mediation, I have given you one PPT for mediation. Let me just quickly show you that mediation.
सर जब आप अभी कह रहे थे कि हर एक हाइपोथेसिस जो भी बनता है उसके लिए स्टोरी रीड करनी पड़ती है और मैं मीडिएशन का हाइपोथेसिस के रिगार्डिंग पूछना चाहती हूँ. इनकेस लिटरेचर सपोर्ट नहीं होता है स्पेसिफिकली फॉर मीडिएशन, हाँ दोनों का इंडिविजुअली है, A to B है, B to C है और A to C भी है, लेकिन वो वैसे नहीं है. तो क्या वो एक्सेप्टेबल होगा? एक्चुअली उसका क्वेश्चन देखते उठाया गया एक्चुअली
तो आप
इसका सपोर्ट कहाँ है लिटरेचर का?
उसी के लिए तो आप नॉवेल्टी लेकर आ रहे हैं.
तो वो
A to B, B to C तो हो गया. So then you will say that in order to plug the gap, therefore we are doing research that whether it becomes as a mediator between the two or not. तो two tailed पे वही तो चेक होता है. It may or may not be a mediator. One tailed नहीं बना रहे हम इसका. हम two tailed बना रहे हैं. इसलिए हम two tailed बना रहे हैं because A to B papers हैं, B to C papers हैं, but A B C का paper नहीं है. In order to plug that research gap, that is the research gap which you are intending to apply. इसीलिए तो आप रिसर्च कर रहे हैं कि ये नहीं है. तो अगर कोई बोले कि आप ये नहीं कर सकते, तो that is wrong. आप बोलिए कि I am working with two-tailed test and I am investigating that whether we are investigating whether this acts as a mediator or not. That is why we are investigating. So ये जो आपकी mediation है, mediation, this is simple mediation when there is one mediator, simple, x, m और y. और hypothesis बनेगा whether m acts as a mediator between x and y. Simple. When there are two mediators but not related to each other, then it is parallel mediation. तो एक पेपर बनता है parallel mediation. When x leads to m1, m2 and y, ये भी दी हुई है PPT में, दे दिए, ठीक है? So the x to m1, m1 to m2, m2 to y, तो ये serial mediation है जो भी हमने h5 बनाया है. Quality से trust, trust से satisfaction, then loyalty. तो serial बना ना बीच में. तो serial mediation भी एक novel gap है जो आप investigate करने वाले. और उस relationship का नाम है D. D means क्या m1 m2 को lead करता है? इसका पेपर नहीं होगा. तभी तो आप काम कर रहे हैं सीरियल मीडिएशन. और
M2 M1 होता है, अगर इसके ऊपर लिटरेचर नहीं है,
M1 to M2, D is important. सीरियल मीडिएशन का काम D पे टेका हुआ है।
नहीं
D के ऊपर।
जैसे हमने मॉडल बनाया था कि ट्रस्ट लीड्स टू कस्टमर सेटिस्फेक्शन, ट्रस्ट लीड
पेपर लिखना है उसका, राइट श्वेता? सो यू विल राइट दैट X to M1 is there, M2 to Y is there, X to M2 is also there, and M1 to Y is also there. जो A1, A2, B1, B2 लिखे हुए हैं कॉम्बिनेशन में और C है, so you will say that M1 M2 serially mediates between X1 and XY. This is what we are hypothesizing to plug in the research gap available in the existing literature.
So my question is, इसमें ना M1 और M2 का पोजीशन को चेंज कर दे तो कोई फर्क पड़ेगा?
हाँ, तो वेरिएबल्स का तो आपस में कोई भी किसी भी कंटेक्स्ट में डिफरेंट रिलेशनशिप है।
एक्स का M2 से लेना पड़ेगा।
नहीं, वो तो M1 से भी ले लेना।
He says that it may happen that customer satisfaction comes first and
Yes,
trust.
हाँ,
That literature will give you.
अगर लिटरेचर में ना हो तो
फिर वो मेडिएशन ही नहीं है।
किसी ने एक्सप्लोर नहीं किया उस डायमेंशन को,
That trust leads to customer satisfaction.
और कस्टमर सेटिस्फेक्शन
Leads to trust. But A1 का रिलेशनशिप तो होगा ना आपके पास। That X leads to trust and X leads to satisfaction also. ठीक है? और trust और satisfaction also leads to loyalty. Y के ऊपर होगा। तो आप ये आपको फिर लॉजिकली एक सीक्वेंस बनाना पड़ेगा, whether trust is M1 और customer satisfaction is M1. फिर आपको सेपरेट एक स्कोपस पे जाइए, कीवर्ड डालिए ट्रस्ट एंड कस्टमर सेटिस्फेक्शन एंड स्मार्टफोन, इनके बीच में क्या है? तो एरो इधर का उधर जाएगा कि उधर से इधर, दैट लिटरेचर मिल जाएगा।
और अगर लिटरेचर ना मिले
नहीं, वो होगा जेनरिक सेंस में किसी और फील्ड में होगा। स्मार्टफोन में नहीं होगा तो फैंस में होगा, कहीं ना कहीं होगा। सो सीरियल मीडिएशन एंड लास्ट इज मॉडरेटेड मीडिएशन।
मॉडरेशन के लिए क्या आपको फ्यूचर की सपोर्ट चाहिए?
बिना मॉडरेशन मॉडरेट करता है,
मॉडरेशन के लिए तो चाहिए ही चाहिए।
मॉडरेशन के लिए नहीं चाहिए।
सर हम क्या मॉडरेशन को रिपोर्ट कर सकते हैं कि मॉडरेशन नहीं है, पेपर में हम रिपोर्ट कर
हाँ,
सकते हैं?
अगर वो सिग्निफिकेंट नहीं है तो
नहीं आ रहा तो नहीं।
जरूरी थोड़ी कि वो आएगा।
पर सर मैंने देखा उसकी प्रोबेबिलिटी बड़ी लो हो जाती है।
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। आपके सारे हाइपोथेसिस भी रिजेक्ट हो जाना तब भी पेपर है। ये कैटेगरी एक प्रोफेसर है रसूली मनीष, he has now joined in Australia, earlier he was in Malaysia, so his paper is on world heritage sites, जैसे हमारी वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज साइट्स है इंडिया में, तो he has given paper on 2 world heritage sites of Malaysia, सारे insignificant है hypothesis. So giving insignificant hypothesis is also a matter of interest. You can write Professor Rasuli Manish and find out his scopus. His papers are, written with this trajectory. Insignificant भी है, तो भी अच्छी एक रिसर्च है। कि US में तो ये मॉडरेटर है, एशियन कंटेक्स्ट में भी ये वेरिएबल मॉडरेटर है, क्या हमारे लिए कंटेक्स्ट में भी ये मॉडरेटर है? अगर नहीं है तो इनसिग्निफिकेंट रिपोर्ट कर दीजिए। जरूरी नहीं है कि इंडिया में भी होने चाहिए जो अमेरिका में होता है। You say that these are the results which are contrary to the existing literature. मेरे में मॉडरेटर वो नहीं आया।
और सर अगर पहले कोई ऐसी स्टडी हुई नहीं है, हमने कोई नया मॉडरेटर लिया और किसी ने उसको रिपोर्ट नहीं किया अभी आज तक, यस या नो किसी ने नहीं किया, तो
मॉडरेटर का कहीं ना कहीं तो आपके मॉडल पे कुछ ना कुछ तो इन्फ्लुएंस होना चाहिए।
कुछ तो है।
हम कुछ है तो आप उसको ले सकते हैं, सिग्निफिकेंट नहीं आया वो आप रिपोर्ट कर दीजिए, लेकिन उसका रिलेशनशिप भी नहीं है फिर मत लीजिए।
रिलेशनशिप है पर वो सिग्निफिकेंट नहीं।
सिग्निफिकेंट वो तो सिग्निफिकेंट तो स्टैट्स बताएगा, सॉफ्टवेयर बताएगा, लेकिन उसको लेना है और नहीं लेना है वो रिसर्चर की कॉल है कि लिटरेचर में उसको मिला कि नहीं मिला। तो लिटरेचर सपोर्ट होनी चाहिए उसको लेने के लिए।
सर ऐसे बहुत सारे पेपर मैंने देखे हैं जिसमें बहुत अच्छे जिसमें मीडिएशन जब उन्होंने लिया है तो उन्होंने कोई ऐसा सपोर्ट नहीं करा, बहुत सारे ऐसे पेपर देखे हैं।
इंट्रोडक्शन में कहानी बनाई होगी कि इसको क्यों लिया गया। इंट्रोडक्शन इज द पेज वेयर यू हैव टू चेक।
पेपर मैंने देखे हैं जबकि मीडिएशन के लिए इक्वली चाहिए।
मॉडरेशन के जितने पेपर लिखे जाते हैं, मैं इसको बताता हूँ कैसे। एक कुंभ मेला का पेपर दिखाते हैं आपको।
वापस से पीछे ले आओ, वापस से।
ये डिस्कशन यू कैन ऑल्सो कंटिन्यू टुमारो बिकॉज कल भी यही बात होने वाली है। सो जस्ट हैव ए लुक एट दिस मॉडल। ओके, मॉडल दिखा आपको सबको?
थोड़ा सा नीचे।
लास्ट कर दी थी।
Just have a look at this model. Stress leads to teleworking and teleworking leads to psychological well-being. ठीक है? और स्ट्रेस से वेलबींग भी बन जाती है। ये लिटरेचर ने बोला है, रिसर्चर ने नहीं बोला है। तो रिसर्चर ने एक पैराग्राफ लिखा होगा स्ट्रेस टू टेलीवर्किंग, दूसरा पैराग्राफ लिखा होगा स्ट्रेस टू साइकोलॉजिकल वेलबींग, तीसरा पैराग्राफ लिखा होगा टेलीवर्किंग टू वेलबींग। 3 पैराग्राफ लिख ली, 15-15 लाइन्स लिखी होंगी और 3 हाइपोथेसिस बनाए होंगे। चौथा हाइपोथेसिस क्या बनाया होगा? टेलीवर्किंग एक्ट्स एज अ मीडिएटर बिटवीन स्ट्रेस एंड वेलबींग। चौथा पैराग्राफ ये बनाया होगा। फिर उसने पेपर ही मीडिएटर के ढूंढे होंगे कि कहाँ टेलीवर्किंग किस किस जोन में मीडिएटर की तरह काम किया होगा। जब भी आप किसी मीडिएटर का पेपर पढ़िए तो आप उसकी कहानी को अंडरस्टैंड करिए कि किसी ने यूएस में कैसे कहानी बनाई है। हर कंट्री का एक एक पेपर पकड़िए, देन यू विल सी कि आपको अपनी स्टोरी कैसे वीव करनी है। मीडिएशन, टेलीवर्किंग कैसे मीडिएशन बन गई, तो आप इसकी स्टोरी को खूब कैसे किया होगा, इनको पढ़ के आपको आइडिया लगेगा। इन ऑर्डर टू गिव दैट पर्सन जो सुपरवाइजर है या जो पैनल में बैठा होगा, बिकॉज many times people don't know that where is the research gap, how they have created research gap for teleworking between stress and well-being. पेपर होगा stress to teleworking, पेपर ये भी होगा teleworking to well-being, that is why relationship बने, but it is acting as a mediator that we are plugging into this इसके थ्रू। now 4 हाइपोथेसिस हो गए। 5वां हाइपोथेसिस क्या है? 5वां हाइपोथेसिस है resilience leads to well-being। ना, resilience leads to well-being। 5th is this, resilience से भी well-being बनती है, जबकि 3 कहाँ लगा है? बीच में लगा है। but the indirect arrow is resilience leads to well-being, this is H5। now H6 क्या बनेगा? resilience multiplied by teleworking leads to well-being। resilience जो सुबह आपने 2 वे नोवा में किया है, सैम में अगर मॉडरेटर लगता है तो वो इंटरेक्शन होती है। हमने तो जेंडर और इनकम उसकी सोशो इकोनॉमिक की कर दी थी, डेमोग्राफिक इंटरेक्शन की थी, बट सैम में अगर वेरिएबल्स आते हैं तो मॉडरेटर का काम सिर्फ और सिर्फ इंटरेक्शन का होता है। सो द सब्स्टिट्यूट ऑफ 2 वे नोवा इन सैम इज इंटरेक्शन मॉडरेशन।
सर, अगर रेजिलियंस का इम्पैक्ट साइकोलॉजिकल वेलबींग पे नहीं है,
होगा तब
अगर नहीं है तो हम मॉडरेशन नहीं लगा सकते फिर इसको।
ये है, इसीलिए इसको मॉडरेटर लिया होगा। दैट इज वाई आप ये आपने पेपर कैसे ढूंढे होंगे? आपने पेपर ढूंढे होंगे रेजिलियंस एज अ मॉडरेटर, नहीं ढूंढना है कि क्या रेजिलियंस वेलबींग को लीड करता है, ये ढूंढना आपको।
तो जब हम पेयर असाइन यूज करते हैं तो हम इससे कनेक्ट भी करते हैं।
नहीं, हाँ, अब जो आगे सो आगे इसमें हमें कनेक्ट एक डॉट ड्राइव बनानी पड़ेगी। पहले 3 में नहीं थी। आपने पेपर ऐसे सर्च किया होगा रेजिलियंस एज अ मॉडरेटर, ऐसे सर्च किया होगा, ऐसे नहीं सर्च करनी। आपको कीवर्ड डालना है रेजिलियंस एंड वेलबींग, रेजिलियंस और वेलबींग, ये कीवर्ड डालनी है स्कोपस में।
कनेक्ट भी करते हैं पेरेंट्स में आपके आते हैं।
मतलब
सर आपने
टू में नोवा जो सुबह हमने किया उसके अंदर क्या था कि इंडिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल था जेंडर और सेकंड इंडिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल था सोशो इकोनॉमिक लेवल। फिर हमने जेंडर मल्टीप्लाइड बाय सोशो इकोनॉमिक लेवल से सीजीपीए चेक करी, उनका एक बार एक एक करके उनको ऐड करा, फिर दोनों का प्रोडक्ट करके ऐड करा। यहाँ पर क्या है, यहाँ पर आपको रेजिलियंस को ऐसा मतलब फिगर में ऐसे शो करना है, बट देयर इज अ रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन रेजिलियंस एंड वेलबीइंग। इसका मतलब है आपको सर्च करते वक्त अपना माइंडसेट ऐसे नहीं सोचना कि मैं मॉडरेटर ढूंढ रहा हूँ, आपको सोचना है कि क्या एक वेरिएबल मेरे डीबी को इम्पैक्ट करता है कि नहीं करता है। फिर उसके बाद आपने देखना है क्या रेजिलियंस और टेलीवर्किंग आपस में रिलेटेड है कि नहीं है। एक कीवर्ड सर्च मारनी है रेजिलियंस और वेलबीइंग, अगली मारनी है रेजिलियंस और टेलीवर्किंग। आपने सर्च मारी होगी रेजिलियंस एज अ मॉडरेटर, ऐसे नहीं करनी, रेजिलियंस एंड वेलबीइंग, रेजिलियंस एंड टेलीवर्किंग।
सर रेजिलियंस एंड वेलबीइंग नहीं मारी मैंने एक्चुअली,
रेजिलियंस और टेलीवर्किंग भी नहीं करी होगी।
रेजिलियंस एंड टेलीवर्किंग भी नहीं,
आपने सिर्फ ये ढूंढना होगा रेजिलियंस मॉडरेटर है कि नहीं।
मॉडरेटर ही ढूंढ लिया बस उसको सीधा ही।
गलत है ना, मॉडरेटर इज बाय डिफॉल्ट देयर दैट रेजिलियंस लीड्स टू वेलबीइंग, रेजिलियंस मल्टीप्लाइड बाय टेलीवर्किंग लीड्स टू वेलबीइंग।
तो सर अगर हमने कोई नया मॉडरेटर ढूंढा है, हम तो सोच रहे हैं हम बड़े इंटेलिजेंट हैं, हमने
एज अ मॉडरेटर भी ढूंढना उसको ना ना,
तभी तो वाणी है
हमारा सिग्निफिकेंट है।
यू हैव टू फाइंड। आपके पास इंडिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल्स तो हैं, लेकिन जब आप सोचते हैं कि ये क्लास ऑफलाइन लगी, ठीक है, अगर यही क्लास मैंने आपको ऑनलाइन पढ़ाई होगी तो मॉडरेटर क्या हुआ, टाइम, मोड ऑफ लेक्चर। मैं सेम हूँ, मेरा लेक्चर भी सेम है, बट मैंने आपको ऑफलाइन पढ़ाया। यही क्लास मैंने ऑनलाइन ली होती तो आपकी लर्निंग कुछ और होती। डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल इज लर्निंग, तो आर स्क्वायर लर्निंग का कुछ और होता। ऑनलाइन में कई बार समझ नहीं आता तो आर स्क्वायर लो होते हैं, ऑफलाइन में बात हो रही है तो आर स्क्वायर कुछ और होते हैं। तो मोड ऑफ लेक्चर इज माय मॉडरेटर,
प्लस माइनस करता है।
तो आप ये चेक करते हैं कि मोड, तो ये रेजिलियंस की जगह में मोड डाल दूंगा, मोड का तीर लगेगा।
हम तो अब तक ये सोच रहे थे कि अगर इनका रिलेशन एस्टेब्लिश हो गया तो मीडिएशन बन गए, तो मॉडरेशन बना ही नहीं है। हम तो ऐसा सोचते हैं अभी तक।
दो कीवर्ड आप पहले मान के चलिए कि मॉडरेटर होता क्या है। मॉडरेटर एक इन्वायरमेंट होता है, इन्वायरमेंट बड़ी चीज होती है। दिल्ली में ग्रोथ इज द इन्वायरमेंट। इन अ स्मॉल सिटी आपकी एम्प्लॉयमेंट होती है, ये भी सिटी है इसमें भी एम्प्लॉयमेंट होती है, लेकिन दोनों के बीच में एक अंतर है। यहाँ ग्रोथ अपॉर्चुनिटीज ज़्यादा है, स्मॉल सिटी में ग्रोथ अपॉर्चुनिटीज कम है। मैं सेम हूँ, मेरी एम्प्लॉयमेंट सेम है टीचिंग, बट द इन्वायरमेंट इज ग्रोथ, सो ग्रोथ इज एक्टिंग एज अ मॉडरेटर विच रेगुलेट्स द इन्वायरमेंट। अब आप सर्च कैसे करेंगे, ग्रोथ एंड मेट्रोपॉलिटन सिटीज, ग्रोथ एंड स्मॉल सिटीज, ग्रोथ एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट, ग्रोथ एंड अपॉर्चुनिटीज। फिर आप लिखेंगे कि हाँ भी ग्रोथ इज अ मॉडरेटर, फिर उसका तीर वहां लगाएंगे जहां पर वो ज्यादा इफेक्ट है। समझे? अब आप इसका आउटपुट देखिए इस पेपर का कैसे दिया होगा टीचर्स ने। ये जयपुरिया का ही पेपर है ये, बाकी सब सेम है, मतलब CFA SEM सब लिखे हुए हैं। मीडिएशन भी दिखा दी हुई है, ये रिमीडिएशन H5 PS to TW और वेलबीइंग जो भी है टेलीवर्किंग। बट दिस इज द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट, रेजिलियंस मल्टीप्लाइड बाय टेलीवर्किंग इंटरेक्शन। ठीक है, टेलीवर्किंग लीड्स टू, रेजिलियंस लीड्स टू, ये भी है ऊपर स्टेप 2 में, ये पहले है और कंट्रोल वेरिएबल सबसे पहले है।
सर आप ये पेपर शेयर कर दें।
दुनिया में SEM के अंदर सबसे पहले क्या आया, इंडिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल की कंट्रोल वेरिएबल,
इंडिपेंडेंट
कंट्रोल वेरिएबल्स। देखिए स्टेप 1। तो SEM हम क्या करते हैं, सारी SEM लगा दी और कंट्रोल वेरिएबल लेके ही नहीं आते पहली बार। नंबर 2, कंट्रोल वेरिएबल पहले आए, What is the effect of age on well-being? What is the effect of number of children on well-being? What is the number of tenure in my employment on well-being? ये चीजें पहले आई. इनके होते हुए then I brought teleworking, then I brought resilience. Step 2. उसके बाद में interaction effect moderation चेक करूँगा कि क्या joint effect significant है कि नहीं. तो SEM is run twice, thrice. पहली SEM लगती है only control variable and DV. सेकंड लगती है IDV एंड DV. थर्ड सेम लगती है सब मिला के. IDV भी है, कंट्रोल भी है और DV. 3 बारी सेम लगाए जाते हैं. तो ये 3 बारी ऐसे लगाई जाती है. पहले कंट्रोल वेरिएबल, फिर IDVs, फिर इंटरेक्शन.
सर जब हमने इनको कंट्रोल कर दिया तो फिर हम क्यों सेम लगा रहे हैं डेमोग्राफिक वेरिएबल्स?
कंट्रोल का मतलब इन द प्रेजेंस ऑफ दीज वेरिएबल्स हाउ वेलबीइंग इज मेजर्ड. क्योंकि आपके पास तो 10 कंट्रोल वेरिएबल होंगे या 100 कंट्रोल वेरिएबल होंगे. यू टेक ओनली सिग्निफिकेंट कंट्रोल वेरिएबल्स. कंट्रोल वेरिएबल भी चेक किए जाते हैं 1 बाय 1 कि मैंने लिटरेचर व्यू से 10 इकट्ठे कर लिए. तो 1 बाय 1 इज इट सिग्निफिकेंट, इज इट सिग्निफिकेंट, इज इट सिग्निफिकेंट. आउट ऑफ 10 इनके पास ये 3 सिग्निफिकेंट आए होंगे. तो वी वर्क विद ओनली सिग्निफिकेंट कंट्रोल वेरिएबल्स जिसका कुछ ना कुछ है इफेक्ट. हाई कोरिलेशन नहीं है बट कुछ इफेक्ट है आर स्क्वायर के ऊपर. इसलिए इनकी प्रेजेंस में चेक करना है आईडी. लिटरेचर आप 100 पेपर पढ़ेंगे आपके पास तो बल्क ऑफ कंट्रोल वेरिएबल्स आएंगे. सो यू हैव टू सिंथेसाइज एंड वर्क ओनली इन द सिग्निफिकेंट कंट्रोल वेरिएबल्स. इसलिए उनको रिमूव नहीं कर सकते. क्या पता इनके 5 हो और 3 सिग्निफिकेंट हो, 2 लिए ही नहीं. आपको 2 दिखे नहीं, बात ये. लेकिन 3 दिख रहे हैं. हम चेक कर रहे हैं, डाउट कर रहे हैं कि ये 3 भी क्यों लिए. ये 3 इसलिए लिए क्योंकि काफी में से 3 ही बचे होंगे जो सिग्निफिकेंट.
सर करते कैसे हैं?
चेक कैसे करते हैं? लुक एट एक मॉडल दिखाता हूँ आपको. ओके, जस्ट हैव अ लुक एट अ मॉडल एंड चेक कैसे करते हैं. There are some queries also. मैं queries को भी लेता हूँ. For example, corporate reputation leads to competence. Competence से customer satisfaction बनती है और loyalty बनती है और liveness भी है बीच के अंदर. And I want to check whether my control variable is a significant or not. मैंने 10 इकट्ठे करे हैं लेकिन एक एक करके चेक करना है. तो let us say my control variable इज सर्विस टाइप. ये रहा. प्रीपेड और पोस्टपेड सिम होते हैं ना हमारे पास. तो 0 का मतलब है प्रीपेड सिम, 1 का मतलब है पोस्टपेड सिम. या ये जेंडर. मैं चेक करना चाह रहा हूँ कि क्या ये जेंडर मेरा कंट्रोल वेरिएबल है सिग्निफिकेंट. सो नहीं, यू हैव टू चेक वेदर दिस हैज सम रिलेशनशिप विद एनी ऑफ द वेरिएबल इन द मॉडल. एनी सबके साथ, रिलेशनशिप के साथ नहीं, कंस्ट्रक्ट्स के साथ, सभी कंस्ट्रक्ट्स के साथ. इज दिस वेरिएबल हैज एनी सिग्निफिकेंट कंट्रीब्यूशन टू माय मॉडल. अगर एक भी निकल आए तो ये स्टे करेगा. एक भी पॉजिटिव हुआ तो इट विल स्टे. हाँ, किसी भी रिलेशनशिप में इफ इट इज सिग्निफिकेंट तो इसको मैं बूटस्ट्रैपिंग रन करता हूँ for quick time. Let me just start. ऐसे दूसरा कंट्रोल वेरिएबल, फिर तीसरा, फिर चौथा. So the arrow is on not the relationship but on the constructs. So let me see the path coefficient. सर्विस टाइप का देखना है ना. तो सर्विस टाइप किसी एक में भी सिग्निफिकेंट है. लेट मी जस्ट जॉट डाउन ऑल द सिग्निफिकेंट टुगेदर. ये ग्रीन वाले सारे मैंने इकट्ठे कर लिए. इनमें ग्रीन में किसी के सर्विस क्वालिटी है? इज देयर एनी वेरिएबल? ना सिग्निफिकेंट में देखो, इस एरिया में नहीं आ रही. कहीं पर भी सर्विस टाइप है? ये सारे रिलेशनशिप है। रेपुटेशन, सेटिस्फैक्शन, लाइकनेस, कॉम्पिटेंस। सर्विस टाइप इज नॉट सिग्निफिकेंट, देयरफॉर इट इज नॉट अ कंट्रोल वेरिएबल। लिटरेचर में बोला था लेकिन यहाँ नहीं, तो मैं इसको नहीं दूंगा इसको मॉडल फाइनल में।
सर किसी एक में भी आ जाता है,
किसी एक में भी आ जाता
तो
है,
हम उस वैल्यू को रिपोर्ट करेंगे
नहीं,
नहीं
आई विल रिटेन एंड में फिर वही होता है कि जैसे
जैसे आपने जो पेपर दिखाया वहाँ पे कुछ वैल्यू रिपोर्टेड थे, वो कौन से
पेपर में फिर मैं करूँगा कि कस्टमर लॉयल्टी इन द प्रेजेंस ऑफ जेंडर। फिर मैं ये मेरा मॉडल कंप्लीट मॉडल है। तो आई विल वर्क ओनली विद कंट्रोल वेरिएबल्स। यहाँ पर CV, वो वाले CV, दोज वर ओनली दी सिग्निफिकेंट इसी एक तरह।
सर पेपर में तो डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल दिखा रहा है
पेपर में
जो आपने फर्स्ट स्टेप दिखाई थी।
नहीं स्टेप 1 मीन्स फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल स्टेप 1 एज लीड्स टू वेलबींग।
वो वैल्यू कैसा है?
वो वैल्यू है इसकी
ये डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल के लिए
DB इज वेलबींग, DB इज वेलबींग। ये सारी वैल्यूज DB डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल इज वेलबींग, वेलबींग इज डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल एंड एज इज इंडिपेंडेंट कंट्रोल वेरिएबल। तो एज लीड्स टू वेलबींग, नो। नंबर ऑफ चिल्ड्रन लीड्स टू वेलबींग, नो। टेन्योर लीड्स टू वेलबींग, नो। जब चेक करा होगा तो ये सिग्निफिकेंट
तीनों सिग्निफिकेंट आएंगे, तो इन्होंने तीनों को ले
तीनों को लिया, रिटेन किया, बट फाइनल मॉडल रन किया तो नहीं है। ठीक है, कौन से रखने की है, रख के भी इनसिग्निफिकेंट आ, तो किसी एक जगह पे R² में कहीं आ रहा होगा,
ये वहाँ पे आ रहा है,
इसलिए इसको रखा गया है क्योंकि कुछ ना कुछ तो इसका इम्पैक्ट है। तो R² 10 से 12 हो गया होगा, 12 से 14 हो गया होगा। कई बार SR-MR नहीं आते, कई बार हमारे बैडनेस ऑफ इट आती है। वो इसलिए बैडनेस ऑफ इट आती है क्योंकि हमने कंट्रोल वेरिएबल नहीं लिया होता है।
ये नहीं तो हो सकता है कि जब हमने इसको पूरे मॉडल के साथ जन्म किया हो कंट्रोल वेरिएबल, तब ये वैल्यू आएंगे
नहीं, तब ये कहीं ना कहीं P वैल्यूज इनकी सिग्निफिकेंट, वो सिर्फ चेक कर देंगे। फाइनल मॉडल यही होगा कि कंट्रोल वेरिएबल ऑन DB,
तो जब हम एज को DB पे रन करेंगे तब ये
वैल्यू
आएगी।
ये बीटा
तो इसमें दो स्टेप हो गए, पहले हम पूरे मॉडल
चेक
को
करेंगे।
अगर वहाँ सिग्निफिकेंट है तो फिर हम ये मॉडल रन करेंगे
हाँ ऑन DB
और DB और फिर उसका रिजल्ट
yes, and this 02 is beta, this is beta। टेलीवर्किंग का बीटा देखो सिग्निफिकेंट, रेजिलियंस का बीटा सिग्निफिकेंट है, टेलीवर्किंग और रेजिलियंस मिलकर भी सिग्निफिकेंट है, जॉइंट इफेक्ट भी सिग्निफिकेंट है।
सर जब हम रन करते हैं इस कंप्लीट मॉडल को, जैसे जो सैम का मॉडल है, कंट्रोल वेरिएबल को यूज करते हैं
As
तो ये भी तो हो सकता है कि
ऐसे।
जब हमने यूज किया हो तो तब ये वैल्यू चेंज होगी।
नहीं, सबके साथ
ये सबके साथ चेक की थी
सबके साथ चेक किया था और कहीं किसी रिलेशनशिप में दे वर हैविंग अ सिग्निफिकेंट कंट्रीब्यूशन, इसलिए आई हैव स्टेट दैट, मैं रखा उसको रिटेन करा। लेकिन जब ये मॉडल रन किया फाइनल मॉडल,
तब उसमें वैल्यू चेंज हो
तो
गई,
उसमें वैल्यू चेंज हो गया आई
एक तो
02 एंड विच इज इनसिग्निफिकेंट। बट गार्बेज इन गार्बेज आउट वाला जो कॉन्सेप्ट होता है, कुछ ना कुछ तो R² ये बढ़ाता ही है कंट्रोल वेरिएबल। ये इसलिए बढ़ा रहा है क्योंकि हमने इसलिए रखा था क्योंकि ये टेलीवर्किंग या किसी ना किसी के साथ तो इसका रिलेशन है। लेकिन सर्विस टाइप को चेक करा उसका किसी के साथ नहीं है, तो उसको हम लेंगे ही नहीं।
इसको फिर सर मॉडरेटर भी किसको लेंगे यहाँ पे?
मॉडरेटर इज समथिंग एल्स। मॉडरेटर का मतलब है कि अब ये मॉडल है, इस मॉडल में मान के चलो सर्विस टाइप ये है, मान लो टोटल मॉडल, दिस इज टोटल मॉडल, ठीक है। एक होता है इंटरैक्शन मॉडरेशन, इंटरैक्शन समझ आ गई। एक होती है कैटेगोरिकल मॉडरेशन, वन इज कैटेगोरिकल मॉडरेशन। इंटरैक्शन मीन्स लेट अस से एटीट्यूड, एटीट्यूड लीड्स टू दिस रिलेशनशिप, तो इसका मतलब ये एटीट्यूड लॉयल्टी को भी इम्पैक्ट करता है और एटीट्यूड मल्टीप्लाइड बाय ट्रस्ट आल्सो लीड्स टू लॉयल्टी, ठीक है। बट कैटेगोरिकल वर्क्स ऑन ग्रॉस इन्वायरमेंट, फुल मॉडल। इसका मतलब है दिस मॉडल विल बी रन ओनली ऑन प्रीपेड यूजर्स फर्स्ट। मान लो 100 बंदे हैं, 60 बंदे प्रीपेड यूजर्स के हैं, 40 बंदे पोस्टपेड। तो एक बारी प्रीपेड के ऊपर, एक बारी पोस्टपेड के ऊपर तो मान लो 5 हाइपोथेसिस हैं, तो 5 बीटा प्रीपेड के आएंगे, 5 बीटा पोस्टपेड के आएंगे। फिर वो पांचों बीटा को कंपेयर करेंगे, इज देयर सिग्निफिकेंट डिफरेंस बिटवीन, वो एमजीए इस कैटेगरी। तो दो मॉडरेशन होती है। मीडिएशन तो होगी सिंपल, पैरेलल, सीरियल और इंटरेक्शन, लेकिन मॉडरेशन भी हुई इंटरेक्शन मॉडरेशन और एमजी कैटेगरी, जिसको मल्टी ग्रुप इस कैटेगरी। 5 हाइपोथेसिस, 5 बीटा प्रीपेड, 5 हाइपोथेसिस पोस्टपेड, 5 बीटा पोस्टपेड, फिर सारे बीटा का कंपेयर।
सर एक क्वेश्चन पूछना था आपसे। सर एक क्वेश्चन जनरली रिव्यू में भी कई बार जैसे कमेंट में भी आता है कि आपने पीएलएस सेमी क्यों नहीं लगाया, आपने सिंगल सेम क्यों नहीं लगाया। और
There's so many papers to
कुछ
support.
पेपर हैं, पर कुछ पेपर तो ये कहते हैं कि कुछ पेपर डिफरेंट लैंग्वेज बोलते हैं, कुछ पेपर कुछ और बोलते हैं। तो इसके पीछे मतलब सर मेन कारण क्या है, मतलब मेन वो चीज़ क्या है?
One is
फॉर एग्जांपल आई स्टार्ट
human behavior between USA and Germans. वर्ल्ड वॉर 2 के बाद इनकी कभी नहीं हुई। One is human behavior, जिसके कारण Americans don't prefer German to PLS, right? तो जो अमेरिकन एडिटर्स हैं, they don't prefer PLS, they want CVSM because वो IMS को प्रमोट करेंगे, वो अपने कंट्री के प्रोडक्ट को प्रमोट। This is one. 2 is जो MS है, MS इज ए पैरामीट्रिक टेस्ट और PLS इज अ नॉन पैरामीट्रिक सैम। इसलिए वो कहते हैं कि आप पैरामीट्रिक सैम लगाओ, बिकॉज पैरामीट्रिक मीट्स द असम्पशंस ऑफ रिग्रेशन,
नॉर्मल
है ना। और दिस नॉन पैरामीट्रिक डजंट मीट द एक्सपेक्टेशन ऑफ द नॉर्मेलिटी असम्पशन। तो इसलिए कहते हैं कि आपने एक सब्स्टिट्यूट सैम लगाई है, आपने मेन सैम तो लगाई ही नहीं, इसलिए एडिटर ये बोलते हैं। लेकिन हम अगर उसको जस्टिफाई करें कि दी मल्टीवेरिएट रेसिड्यू नॉर्मली डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड, इसलिए मैंने इसको लगाया, तो देयर आर सो मेनी रीजंस। तो एक मैं आपको एक और पेपर सेंड करूँगा।
सर इसमें पेपर बहुत हैं, पर मतलब सारे सब पेपर कंफ्यूजिंग इतने ज़्यादा है कि ये समझ नहीं आता कि इसका आंसर कैसे किया।
इसलिए ना ये there are 4-5 reasons why CVSM, ये पेपर हमने लिखा रोबोट वाइज लिखा, इसी नॉन पैरामीट्रिक वेरियंस बेस्ड partial least square structural equational modeling was employed in our paper. Non parametric, I have written the word non parametric. PLS is considered a suitable approach when the objective is prediction. उसमें नहीं है प्रोडिक्शन, इसमें PLS प्रोडिक्ट है, उसमें PLS प्रोडिक्ट नहीं है। मेरा ऑब्जेक्टिव प्रोडिक्शन है, तो मैं अपना ऑब्जेक्टिव प्रोडिक्शन भी रखा हूँ। PLS SEM is appropriate if the model is complex model, because convergence complex model की PLS करता है, covariance variance matrix नहीं कर पाती है, ये उसकी ड्रॉबैक है। So you have to harpen on the drawbacks of CVSM. complex model पे उनकी GFI और chi-square converge नहीं होगी। Next, PLS-SEM is applicable to present study because we aims to establish the theory. हम theory test नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम एक रोबो एडवाइजर को फाइनेंशियल मार्केट में एस्टैब्लिश करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। We have to explore how robo advisors are working in Indian scenario. लोग चैटबॉट से भी तो बात करते हैं, एयरलाइन में एयर होस्टेस से थोड़ी बात करता है कोई, चैटबॉट से बात करता है कि फ्लाइट स्टेटस बताओ। ऐसे ही बैंक के चैटबॉट्स होते हैं, अपने एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूट्स के चैटबॉट्स होते हैं। सो आई वांट टू एस्टैब्लिश अ थ्योरी, देयरफॉर आवर ऑब्जेक्टिव इज मोटिवेटेड बाय प्रैग्मेटिक नीड ऑफ फिनोमेना ऑफ इंटरेस्ट बाय एम्प्लॉइंग PLS-SEM। और क्या है, CVSM is not appropriate method because it is based upon common factors which are having infinite range and are on arbitrary quantities. ये फैक्टर स्कोर्स के ऊपर बात करता है जिसकी कोई फाइनाइट रेंज नहीं, जबकि PLS-SEM is working on latent variables को, they are finite in nature, they are exact in nature. इसलिए हमारे को एक्जैक्टनेस पे काम करना है, इनफाइनाइट पे नहीं काम करना है। फैक्टर स्कोर्स और लेटेंट वेरिएबल स्कोर्स दे आर डिफरेंट। और ये 1978 में स्टीजर बोले, 1979 में। इन कॉन्ट्रास्ट PLS-SEM is working on determinate factors, functions of composites which is weighted sum of specific subset of constants. तो PLSM की जो एल्गोरिदम है वो लेटेंट वेरिएबल स्कोर्स की स्पेसिफिक रेंज को डिफाइन करते हैं स्पेसिफिक है, और इट इन्वॉल्व सीरीज ऑफ रिग्रेशन टू मैक्सिमाइज द वेरिएंस इन एंडोजेनस. तो शमूली ने ऐड ऑन कर दिया इसके अंदर. इसलिए ये लॉजिकल रीजन है, इसलिए हम उसको यूज कर रहे हैं. हमारा ऑब्जेक्टिव ये भी है कि कम्प्लेक्स मॉडल, अब कईयों में थ्योरी ही कम होती है एंड इट लैक्स सपोर्ट ऑफ थ्योरी, थ्योरेटिकल एस्पेक्ट ही कम है. तो जब थ्योरी ही कम अवेलेबल है तब तो PLS की जाएंगे नॉन पैरामीट्रिक, क्योंकि CBSAM इज थ्योरी टेस्टिंग, इसका मतलब थ्योरी होनी जरूरी है. जब थ्योरी नहीं है तब तो ये यूज हो, इसलिए PLS इज अ बेटर अप्रोच, राइट. सो ये है. एक टेस्ट होता है मार्डिया का कि उसमें मल्टीवेरिएट स्क्यूनेस और कर्टोसिस वैल्यूज चेक की जाती हैं. अगर उसमें डेटा नॉट नॉर्मल आ जाए तो हम तब भी बोल सकते हैं दिस इज अनदर रीजन ऑफ अप्लाइंग द PLSM. अगर आपकी मल्टीवेरिएट नॉन नॉर्मेलिटी आती है तो हमारे को PLSM ही लगाना है. तो लेक्चर का शुरुआत भी नॉर्मेलिटी पे था, एंड भी नॉर्मेलिटी पे. अगर नॉर्मल नहीं है मल्टीवेरिएट तो PLSM ही दुनिया है, तो CBSAM नहीं आपके काम में. तो रोबो एडवाइजर का पेपर ये ओपन एक्सेस है, आप
सही पेपर टाइटल एक बार
मैं मेल कर दूँगा.
सर आप मुझे ये वाला पेपर, इससे पहले वाला जो दिखाया था आपने मॉडरेशन वाला, वो दो पेपर आप मुझे.
आई विल शेयर यू पेपर ऑफ सीनियर पैरेलल, चाहो मीडिएशंस के टाइप और ये.
अच्छा थोड़ा कंफ्यूजिंग था, तो कल भी वो सुबह को.
टुमारो यू विल सी दैट द फर्स्ट लेक्चर विल बी ऑन CFA. ये वेरिएबल्स को कंफर्म कैसे किया जाता है. सेकंड में आपका आएगा वो कैसे वैलिड हाइपोथेसिस टेस्टिंग की जाती है, तो उसी में आपकी मेडिएशन भी कवर हो जाएगी. सो लेट मी जस्ट सी सम ऑफ द डाउट्स. तो टुमारो एग्जैक्टली स्मार्ट